This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, the debate continues. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mather.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Madam Speaker, good morning to my colleagues in the House of Assembly's chambers. Good morning to my people of the Virgin Islands who are listening via the radio, social media. I hope you had an opportunity to listen to the debate that came Tuesday of this week. And Madam Speaker, before I begin, I would like two things with your indulgence. One, to apologize to the people of the territory for my absence last week. I was not feeling well. Still fighting this, I don't even know what to call it, Madam Speaker, this wrong. And I caution everyone within the community, no, I'm good, Honorable. I didn't come to spread it. To please be mindful of it. It is not an easy battle with what is going around. And secondly, Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence and permission to refer to some notes that I have on the screen in front of me. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I often wonder, what is it we're doing in this country and what is our aim and what are we doing? Are we building our Virgin Islands for now? A lot of us like to say we're building for the future. What we're doing now, I know one of the senior members loves to say, will have ramifications later on in our country. But Madam Speaker, from my perspective, I see ramifications now. I think when you walk into a situation, you have to consider motives, results, outcomes. And Madam Speaker, before getting elected, I saw some things. And I'm going to speak about some of these things I saw before I got into the House, which pertain to the bill, Madam Speaker, the report, sorry. And also the perspective of what I see now. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm between two minds to stand in the House today and offer my contribution on, and I'll read the title out, A Review of Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice Bodies in the British Virgin Islands, Volume 2, A Roadmap for 2025 to 2035. Now, Madam Speaker, in January of 2021, and I like history, on the 22nd of January, Madam Speaker, the HoA began. And we have to continue to talk about it because, Madam Speaker, is it over? No. And for us to say it is, looking at this document and everything that is in front of us and everything that is going on in this country, it's not over. Madam Speaker, that document, as we all know, had 48 recommendations. Within those recommendations, as the leader of the opposition said, you had recommendation 38 and 41. And they spoke to law enforcement, they spoke to corruption. And this is why we have this volume 2 of the report. And we got volume 1, I think it was June the 27th of last year, 2024. Madam Speaker, in that recommendation, that volume 1, we had 138 recommendations. Now, Madam Speaker, today, I think it's April the 10th, we're debating, but we got it on April the 8th when we started, and that had 375 more recommendations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the territory of the Virgin Islands now, coming out of those 48 recommendations, I have 2 documents, including the 48 recommendations. We now have a whopping 561 recommendations. When we gonna finish? Madam Speaker, when we gonna finish? Now I said I'll talk about when I was in the House and when I wasn't in the House. Madam Speaker, when I was in the House last year, I talked about this one-man show, riding in on a horse, having the hearings. And Madam Speaker, in the public domain, I was like, yes, we're getting somewhere. There are things we need to fix. Then we got a document and we started saying we're gonna work on it. And I'm gonna come back to how these recommendations from that perspective that I saw were recommended and accepted. But Madam Speaker, Was it aha, I gotcha? Is that what they said to us? Because they started with 48. I'm going to keep repeating it. Then we went to 138. That's because 275 now. That's because when we going to finish? When we going to finish in 2023 after being elected, I went to the beautiful talks and Caicos. Did I argue that their water purer than ours? But I tell them, come here and together. Come take a peep. That's because the taxi driver there said to me, sir, we started and we don't know when we're going to finish. When the COI came to this country, there were people in this country screaming and saying to us, man, it's because they had community meetings. They had one in Altius, Scatliff. It was standing there. That's how long it is. And they said, be careful, because the COI is not going to end. Now, because before I got into this house, Lord Goldsmith came to the territory right before elections. I remember it. Down in the governor's house, we were down there. And when I speak about the governor's house today, Madam Speaker, the governor's office, the premier's office, I am not talking about an individual unless I identify them by name. I am talking about the institution, the office that it is. I went down there to a meeting expecting the man to say, this is what the UK doing because of the COI recommendation, everything. You know what the man said? Where up B5 longer boards? He didn't come here to help us. He came here on a vacation. He wants to see the boards. Madam Speaker, I have family in the UK. I don't hide this. They don't know what's going on here. How many people in the UK know what's going on in our territory? Madam Speaker, 561 recommendations, Madam Speaker. How much more food they going to shove in our mouth? We're going to be able to chew? Madam Speaker, page 13 of the report. And for those in the public who I hope are following along, I want to quote Madam Speaker. While recognizing the responsibility of the government of the Virgin Islands to make a substantial financial investment for improved public services in the BVI, the UK government should make a significant contribution. Madam Speaker, you got the numbers after that? If you came here and you did a report and you did a review and you looked at budget, how come you only say how much they need to interject? 100 million, 200 million. Why it doesn't say anything about it, Madam Speaker? Because it is words. I'm an educator, Madam Speaker. You give somebody a report to do, and they go and they create a magnificent report. They analyze, they come back, and they drop something at it, and then the question is, how does it get done? So, Madam Speaker, my question is, this modern partnership I keep hearing about. I keep hearing about it, and I'm not going to lay it solely on the UK government, because some of these things in this report, we know what we're doing wrong. And we have to take responsibility. One hand can't clap. But, Madam Speaker, if you're saying that we're going to have a modern partnership, when I look at this report, Madam Speaker, and I agree with my colleagues, it feels like we're taking a step forward, we're tripping, we're falling back on our foot, flat, and then what? The hand coming out to pick us up, but when it pick us up, it's keeping us in the same position. Madam Speaker, page 17, in his Commissioner of Inquiry report, the Right Honorable Sir Gary Higginbottom stated, it seems to me that the law enforcement system should probably be laid under one umbrella, and under the current constitutional arrangements, that should be under the governor. We agree. This is what the report says, Madam Speaker. We? Who's we? Madam Speaker, did they go out and talk to the people of the Virgin Islands? Did they speak to the elected body inside this house? No, Madam Speaker, they had a conversation. And beyond that, and let me continue, we agree, Madam Speaker, and because of how it's written, it's definitive. And we go further. Madam Speaker, that's a right, and I'm going to show you why. Section 60 of the Constitution doesn't place any exclusions on what might be considered internal security. And the Leader of the Opposition spent a lot of time talking about internal security, external security. Madam Speaker, when you want to catch something, you package it in something big. You make sure the packaging is pretty, and you lay it down. So, Madam Speaker, they know we need money, but they ain't telling us how much money they're going to give us. They ain't telling us how much money we should get. Then they say, the governor, one man, one commissioner inquiry, one person said that it should be under the governor. Madam Speaker, again, I said I'm not going to attack the governor, not Daniel Cruz. I'm talking about the office. Because, Madam Speaker, I don't want to be personal. I want to be responsible. Madam Speaker, according to this document, it would make it seem that the premier and the elected officials are not able to manage the security and other issues in this country. Okay, Madam Speaker. So the governor's office had what? The police station, the police service, he had that. At one point, he had prisons. Well, Madam Speaker, how many governors them sending to the territory of the Virgin Islands to do all the work they put in this document? Because one man can't do it. So one man in our country can't. That is among us. They send all this to one man. Madam Speaker, what make him better than us? And again, I say him, I mean the office. Because if it's too much work for we, it's too much work for one and he. So them sending some more. Well, Madam Speaker, I got a UK passport, I want to apply for the job. So in the public domain, when we talk about power, let me run with this one. Meta say he want to be the governor. Give me that job, Madam Speaker. I was born in the same place as them, but I understand my Virgin Islands. Let me go. Madam Speaker, if you look at page 21, and I want to bring it up, and walk with me, Madam Speaker. Because when I saw this document, and I read volume 1, and I say, okay, National Security Council, because I've been hammering the premier. And in the premier, I mean the present premier. That I want to see a crime policy. Last year, January, I hear about it. This January, go wrong, I hear about it. I ain't seen it. But the UK went to put together a document, though. Them find it. Madam Speaker, on page 21, there is a paradigm in here. A nice graphic. Figure 1, proposed new National Security Council structure. Madam Speaker, at the top, they have the National Security Council, chaired by the governor and the premier. And Madam Speaker, as far as I know, the present structure has the premier and the Minister of Communications and Works. Nobody else inside here. Not a soul. Okay. All right. I guess that's improvement. But I mean, change that. Madam Speaker, on one side, on the left side of this diagram, it has the governor's reserved responsibilities, internal security. And under that umbrella, Madam Speaker, let me go. 1, criminal justice group. 2, border security group. 3, anti-corruption group. On the other side, we got criminal finance group. 4, policing group. 5, and then terrorism and allied matters group. Well, Madam Speaker, he got 6. 6 of them. Okay? Then we come to the other side. We have an intelligence group in the middle. It's a lot of grouping. I hope you're going to apply for all these groups. You have the premier's devolved. Madam Speaker, devolved. Devolved. Not reserved. Devolved. Okay. Responsibilities. Financial security. And they got disaster preparedness, preparation, and response group. Madam Speaker, again, not the premier sitting in the seat, the office. You got 2 and you got 6. Madam Speaker, that's a ratio, 6 to 2. Seem kind of one-sided there, you know, Madam Speaker. So our premier gonna manage 2 and the governor gonna get 6. Again, I ask, how many governors they sending? Because it got to mean they're sending more. So, Madam Speaker, how is this progress for us? You managing everything and we're responsible for hardly anything? Madam Speaker, who are we building this Virgin Islands for? I ask this question. Where are we going? Where are we going in the next 5 years, 10 years? This is a roadmap for 10 years. Who gonna manage this? Who gonna be responsible for this? Who this Virgin Islands gonna be for? Are those children that in the high school across the street going to have a Virgin Islands that they have ownership in, Madam Speaker? Because this paradigm here is not pro-Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Recommendation 2, Madam Speaker. Phase 1. And I quote, "The governor should arrange for the recruitment of more legislative drafters and secure assistance from legislative drafters in the UK." Madam Speaker, I remember when we were going through the COI process in this house, the Attorney General was screaming that she needs more drafters. I sat in the House of Assembly office and a new Minister of Overseas Territories came in. We had a meeting, the opposition, stated to him, "We need more assistance with drafters." And the only drafter that I seem to have understood what was secured was a lady down in the governor's office. I don't know the lady personally. I will speak no ill of her. But Madam Speaker, she seemed to be the drafter. Now you're gone, you get Cook to do a report, and he here saying recommendation to Madam Speaker, all up, that we need drafters, and they must recruit. We didn't need them when we were going through the COA. When we had 48 recommendations, we didn't need them. But now them drop these set out on us here, what it is, 275? All right. Now them say, you know what, I need help with drafters. Again, Madam Speaker. Say that again? 375, sorry. Madam Speaker, my young people outside in the BVI, they can get trained to be drafters. They can do more than cut bush, you know. They got young people out there who want careers in law. So again, I said to the office of the governor and the Foreign Comment and Development Office, my people want to get trained because this virginals that we building, Madam Speaker, I might not be around. Everything in here, new policy, new group, new this, with the virginals on it. We don't have a stake in our own country. Madam Speaker, in this report, they start to talk about the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. Madam Speaker, I have had my ups and my downs, just like every other citizen in this country with the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. But they're ours. I'm going to defend them. Because there have been many instances where they have defended me before I were in the house and outside of the house. And in the house, sorry, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, there's some things in there. When I went through the report, I noticed they're talking about, and I was concerned about this in the first report, areas of deficiency, firearm training. But Madam Speaker, that part there to me. Because you can't send a man on the front line and he ain't getting trained. You can't send a lady on the front line and they ain't being trained, Madam Speaker. And you know what's ironic to me? We have persons in the Virgin Islands right now. And my colleague to my left, Honorable Turnbull, said it. They served in the military. They have been trained. They have private security officers in the BVI, rooted Virgin Islanders, and we ain't using them. Rooted. So, Madam Speaker, when we criticizing the police force and say, by them coming after the crime finish, how? Madam Speaker, who gonna run into something if you ain't prepared? Only a fool. Madam Speaker, I had conversations with officers who saying, Meta, we don't get a training. Madam Speaker, even in this report, it talks about the types of weapons them have. What we doing? And again, I understand twofold here, because I'm going to lay it at the foot of the two offices. The UK and the governor's office have been here before I were here. And the government of the Virgin Islands have been here before I were here. So, Madam Speaker, if you're lifting up the bucket and it got holes in it, somebody got to decide we plugging it. Because by the time they finish, and I'm arguing today for the young people, I'm arguing for the people who are sitting at home, the pensioners and those who want to live in a Virgin Islands that they remember. Because the BVI, the Virgin Islands has changed. But Madam Speaker, I'll get to that. It ain't changed as much as they try to make it seem. Madam Speaker, you know we got children them in the school when they're fighting, them sending around photos. But then you got people when accidents and when you have serious crimes happening, you got photos coming around too. And I've been wondering, well, how these photos coming around? Very unpopular statement coming out of my mouth now, Madam Speaker. In the report, it says that the officers using them cell phones because they ain't got radios. But Madam Speaker, during standing finance, when Mark Collins, I can't name, came in here asking for money, he asking for officers. What about equipment? You telling me we can't get the people in radios to communicate? Madam Speaker, I believe in this report, it has shown a light on some of the things we need to fix. But I am not going to subscribe to putting all of this back under or over, under, above one man. It got to mean I'm sending a dozen or a baker's dozen worth of governors down here. I see my colleague over there watching me. Because I know she understands what I'm saying. How can one man do this and one man have oversight? Everything in his head, under the governor, under the governor, under the governor. Oh, Madam Speaker, in here they talk about the policies and the procedures. Madam Speaker, when Barry Webb was the commissioner of police, we had an incident, and that rocked the country. And progressively along the lines, we have seen instances with officers that we question what is going on in the force. Let's be real about it. Call the elephant in the room. There's a concern for Madam Speaker, and I will call the man my friend. We have had police commissioners. There's one living here. I will call him my friend. Madam Speaker, there was a responsibility to do some of these things in this document. Go and look at Wales. Go and look at the UK policing this. They give you all the organizations where they have all the best practices. So, Madam Speaker, why haven't we been using it? Why haven't we been using it? If we're not meeting the standard, who has oversight for the police force? Who has it? It's the governor. It's the governor's office. And I'm saying this, governor, even on your side, they look at they want to give you more work than you could do. How much more than trying here? How much more? Madam Speaker, in this document, there's a lot of talk about organized crime too. But Madam Speaker, what about murders? Madam Speaker, let me say this. I would like to see more done to solve crimes with murders. How come that ain't in the document? Yes, they do talk about forensics. And I've been to the police forensics division to look at what they're working with. They need funds. They need injections of funds. Where the UK giving us that money? It coming? Where's the lobbying? Where in that document does it lay out a budget? That this is what we contributing, or this is recommended as a contribution. I don't see an appendix in the document saying that. So the goal of the document was just to find everything that's wrong and say, you know what? Solution A, and we stop in right there. Put everything under the governor. Madam Speaker, community policing model from 2017 is discussed on page 53. Madam Speaker, when Matt Collins, the former commissioner, came in here, the man dismantled the community policing. He turned it down, turned it up, turned it left, threw it out the door. You had officers like Jacqueline Christopher who were going around to places like YEP and schools and building that understanding and that support with police officers. Back in the day, you had Potter, Officer Potter from East End, who would go and play volleyball. Madam Speaker, you build a community by building trust in people. But he took it out, and he gone. Where in this document it talks about the number of accusations, charges, Madam Speaker, I don't even know what word to use against Matt Collins. Why his name ain't in here? He gone. He did damage and he left our country gone about his business. Where is the accountability for what was done? Why the governor's office ain't pull a report on that one? Where it is? Bring it, let we see it. Lay it in the house, let the people them see it. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to apply for every position them guys say here. Every last one of them, Madam Speaker, I got to apply for. And Virgin Islanders out there, once you're legal and you can't right, when them start talking about these positions, apply for every last one of them. Because this is ours, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on page 54, it says, we do not understand the impact of organized crime groups from other countries and how they impact and function within our territory. And Madam Speaker, I assume when I read this that they're talking about the police force, because that's not for my pay grade. I don't understand it. But Madam Speaker, if you keep looking, right? My question is this. Madam Speaker, we have murders every day. We have crime every day. Madam Speaker, the way they write this, the way this was written, you would swear you can't leave your door open in the Virgin Islands anymore. Madam Speaker, isn't what it was 30 years ago? Don't get me wrong. But Madam Speaker, are we like some countries in the world or even in the region where you can't walk and go. Well, maybe some of us as elected representatives can't walk in certain places because the people them don't want to see us. But for the rest of the people in this country, Madam Speaker, you can go where you want. There is a small subsection of our country, and I'm not saying that that isn't a disease that needs to be eradicated, Madam Speaker. But don't make it seem like it's the majority. Madam Speaker, in the Virgin Islands and every other country there's crime. How it is that they want to come look for boards, but yet they're saying that we have all this corruption in our country. And Madam Speaker, I want to be clear, I am not endorsing it. I am not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm saying right now, here and now, quote me on it, it is not the majority. Two big reports laid down here on law enforcement and everything. Madam Speaker, the majority of the persons in our country are law-abiding. They're struggling, they're trying to survive. We in here debating this, so much energy on this which is needed. But when a man come to me tomorrow and ask me, mate, what's going on with water? What's going on with food prices? What's going on with minimum wage? What's going on with life? What's the plan for my child to get a scholarship to go to school? How am I going to build a house in this country? Madam Speaker, where the UK helping us with something like that? Tariffs up and down the place, that orange man up in the US, doing all kind of things. You see any statement come out of the office? Governor's office make a statement. The Foreign Commonwealth, the Development Office make a statement of how it's going to impact us in this region, or even the overseas territories. Them call us and tell us that we hold hands. And Madam Speaker, maybe, again, that's above my pay grade. So I'm going to have to ask the Premier. But I ain't hearing those kind of things coming up. People care about their daily living. I don't drive from this House of Assembly chambers down the road and worry that somebody going to come and bounce up on me and do me something. I don't. And then Madam Speaker, go back to that. Because you're talking about firearms. Madam Speaker, I want to publicly say I support private citizens being armed in this country. I do. Because I will sleep at night knowing they have legal firearms versus illegal firearms. I just want to say, I would sleep better knowing that I have citizens in this country that if something break out, they're trained. And they might be able to help. You see anything in the report about that? No. Nothing. Zero. Madam Speaker, we know you have officers in our country, whether it's in whatever area of law enforcement, that are not the good ones, they're the bad ones. So where it's everywhere throughout the region and the world, do we have our internal affairs? Is there any mention of our internal affairs office in here? I don't watch enough CSI Miami, you know. Why we don't have that? Where is it? Madam Speaker, I believe the Virgin Islands is going where it needs to go. But reports like this want to take us to a place without us walking. And we ain't going to do that. Madam Speaker, on page 60, shortly before our review, and I quote, a new legislative bill. Madam Speaker, this one here going to be this one here. Madam Speaker, this one here. Before our review, a new legislative bill was drafted, quote unquote, to repeal and replace the BVI Police Act, revised edition 2013, and to make provisions for matters connected therein. It set out a range of covert policing powers. Sound familiar, Madam Speaker? Let me go down this road. But these were broad and permissive with little oversight. And again, Madam Speaker, if this bill is passed, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force would have powers comparable with the forces in England and Wales. But it went on, Madam Speaker. And in brackets, if not more extensive, and let me continue going, Madam Speaker, but with insufficient safeguards to the people's right under Article 8 of the ECH, which is the European Convention on Human Rights, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you remember all that debating in this House and outside of this House about this police bill? And how invasive it was for the human rights of our people. But when I came in here, them on the other side say we got to do it, we got to do it, we got to do it. And them on this side say we can't do it, we can't do it, we can't do it. But Madam Speaker, right here in the report that the UK paid for, they admitting that the legislation was drafted to infringe, Madam Speaker, on the rights of the people of this territory to the extent that it went further than Wales and the UK and even the European countries, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I stand up here today and I submit to my people That in itself shows that we are walking down the road with our eyes closed and smiling. So Virgin Islands, wherever you're hearing my people, you're hearing my voice, understand that it's time to read these documents. It is time to pay attention to what is going on. Because this is madness, Madam Speaker. That one there, slipping. Whoever was rereading that didn't read that. But I found it. But the government pay a lot for my education. Madam Speaker. It says the BVI should introduce a statutory framework to regulate covert investigatory powers that includes safeguards compatible to the same Article 18 of the ECHR. Madam Speaker, we're waiting on a Human Rights Commission to come in. I saw 2 budgets since I've been in this house. Money going there, coming soon. Bill had public consultancy, which I am happy about. That seemed like something a little bit more urgent that needs to find itself in here. Just like the constitutional reform, we had a document, need to find itself inside here. It's taking too long. Madam Speaker, I want to touch on page 71 to 77 of this document, where it talks about safeguarding and vulnerability. You see, Madam Speaker, I have gone through some of the social development reports over the years, and they've talked about creating a model that looks at our most vulnerable and protects them. It invests in them to change some of these generational causes, but also to realize that there are a lot of people in our society that are hurting, and those numbers are growing. From the quote-unquote vagrants, which word I don't like because they have names in our communities that need proper care, to the senior citizens who might be walking with grocery bags and worrying about getting the bill and prescriptions and just their overall care. I went one mad the other night and had a lady in there, and I watched her in her face. Madam Speaker. And this becoming more and more. So our country right now, people worrying about power, they're worrying about food, they're worrying about water, they're worrying about roads. Yes, we're making some improvement. Worrying about so many things. Am I saying, you know, people like to say, all is like that. 1 year, 800 back. Get up and talk about how the system ain't working. It's invasive, it's this, it's that. We ain't doing anything. Maybe the UK should have spent some money on that. Maybe the UK should have given us a report on NHI. That'll help us. Give us some reform for that. Give us some reform for public assistance. What's that? Madam Speaker, page 71 to 77 talks about how difficult it is within the police force to define, there's no set definition for vulnerability. It talks about how agencies like Social Development, Health Services Authority, the Virgin Islands Prison Service, I ain't calling saying HM in front of that today. Customs, Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports do not routinely gather data on vulnerability and safeguarding. This means that the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force doesn't have information about all incidents that involve vulnerability. The Royal Virgin Islands Police Force should set up a public prosecution unit to manage investigations related to vulnerable victims and make sure their needs are met. Speaker, you are measured in a society by how you treat the weakest, the most vulnerable. That's why if God let me become an old man with a stick, I'm going to be grateful to him, because it's once a man and twice a child. And then when that ageism and that other behaviors that some people put down on you because they feel that you hit a point in your life where you have nothing to contribute, and they treat you with discrimination, yeah, it'll become real. It's like, Madam Speaker, when I used to walk through this country and I had my baby face, and they all thought I was 12 when I was in my 20s. Madam Speaker, again, I say this because I've said it in this house and I've questioned. Data is important. But if we realize that our most vulnerable are not being looked at, and that's policy and procedure and all of this, and again, they need to set up this and set up that. Virgin Islands apply for these things when they put them out. Madam Speaker, we have to take responsibility for some of these things in this document, because what that says there, I believe it. We're not gathering the data, we're not communicating, and we're not looking out for our most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, that has to change. So, Governor, if you're setting up a committee for that, because you got all the groups them inside here. I don't think this one under the Premier either, because he only got 2. Put some Virgin Islands on this one. Because I can't see, based on the rest of the document, where you will say we ain't qualified. I think we qualified to look into vulnerability and safeguarding, right, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I want to touch on page 78, where you talked about customs and immigration. Madam Speaker, I'm going to read again because, I read it. At the time of our review, both organizations lacked, Madam Speaker, straight out the gate, negativity, effective management of information and intelligence, coordination of operational activity, sufficient funding and resources, appropriate technology, including IT. I believe that one, Madam Speaker. You know why I believe that one? Because when I come through the airport, it'll take long. And we like to blame the agents up there. But you ever peep behind the glass and see the smoke coming out of the machines that got up there? I know in the head they talk about kiosks. Them had to come here to tell us we need to fix the airport. I didn't need any report. I know that. I know when I going through to clear, I got to slide my bag across a stainless steel table. I didn't need that part in the report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it says appropriate training again, because obviously all people ain't being trained. That's one of the key things inside here, they ain't trained. And then adequate facilities and equipment. And it says that these problems limit the abilities to carry out their roles effectively. Madam Speaker, I subscribe to you that there are public officers in the system because they come here during standing finance and they tell us everything that is wrong with their department. They tell you they need training. They tell you they need staff. I know for a fact immigration officers will be down there working overtime and then we beat them down and say we can't get this fast enough, we can't get that fast enough. Yet when you dig, you find out one officer assigned to this. Even the civil registry, one officer assigned to that. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is one hand can't clap. If the BVI don't have the resources, UK are helping us? How are we going to get it solved, Madam Speaker? Because you can have a roadmap for 10 years. But as they say, when you come, you must walk with that. This report ain't walk with nothing. We need that. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I got Virgin Islanders. You have to protect our country. I got cousins here, and I got cousins there. Then bringing more of my cousins down here. Madam Speaker, I like the balance. I stay up there. If I want to visit, I come in. Madam Speaker, I love people, you know. I love people. Madam Speaker, page 79. It is because of these border security and law enforcement roles that we have recommended, who's the we again? That the governor re-specify internal security to include the Department of Immigration's activity and that the governor re-reserves responsibility for the Department of Immigration. Madam Speaker, he ain't got no department, no immigration. Whether it's this governor or the other 12 governors they bring in to do this work. How do you come into a country that you're saying you want to allow to move forward, but you walk in here saying, I taking over this, I taking over that, I taking over that over there, I taking, ain't I walk up in the UK? Madam Speaker, all I'm saying is when you come into a country, you have to respect the people of the country. You cannot isolate a people out of their own progress, out of their own responsibility. You have criticized the government, public officials, elected officials for not being responsible. But this approach here, Madam Speaker, takes away all responsibility. So how do we grow? How do we prepare our Virgin Islands for the Virgin Islands that are coming if you take away everything? Madam Speaker, I am not comfortable with this approach. Madam Speaker, on page 81, a call for more support from the UK for British overseas territories in customs immigration. Yeah, I agree. The report calling for more support, but I don't tell you how much. So who do we lay this at the foot of? Who's our representative? Or who's their representative? It's the governor's office. It has to be laid there. Madam Speaker, from 2021, we talking about commissioner inquiry. Have you seen the UK release a statement and say, BVI, Virgin Islands, we are sorry, we have failed you? Because a lot of this has been going on for years. They come, they look around, everything cool, we go back. Madam Speaker, maybe we should start paying the governor's salary. I want to see the performance appraisal. Bring it, let me see. I could say these things, Madam Speaker. I'm comfortable saying these things. I got a same passport. Madam Speaker, recommendation 99. I want to localize it some more. Madam Speaker, this one bothering me. Madam Speaker, I'm going to use some unparliamentary language there. Catch myself. Page 84, Madam Speaker. Them starting with this thing called revoke again. Because it's either reassign, de-evolve, re-specify. Madam Speaker, so when I get on a plane or a boat, and I go and gather, you're telling me that you want to shut down Augusta George Airport? Oh, because it's vulnerable. Well, fix it now. So the answer is shut it down. Because the people up there don't deserve it. You know, it's a security risk, so we've made that assessment, Madam Speaker, and we're going to shut it down. You can't beef it up. You can't use the same words in your hand, Madam Speaker. Let me go. Why not do effective management of information and intelligence? That's what they said. Why not do coordination of operational activity, sufficient funding and resources, appropriate technology and IT, appropriate training, adequate facilities and equipment? How come they may make that recommendation for these ports of entries? Because all people don't deserve it? Madam Speaker, you're on a remote island. And you're going to say shut it down? No, cook. You find something in the UK to shut down in your county, in your community. Don't come down here and shut down nothing. Especially if you discuss it with the people of the Virgin Islands. And Madam Speaker, that's what bothers me, is the abrasiveness of the definitiveness of shut it down. Then you got dark hole in Just Van Dyke. Madam Speaker, dark hole in Just Van Dyke. So when my constituents and my friends, and I'm going to say my family, I got somebody that look like me too. When they come from St. Thomas, and I run out, this or that, them gotta go where West End, and then head back. Them already doing that sometimes, Madam Speaker. So you decide when you look at it, because you come take one visit or two visits. Shut that down too. Why? We solving problems. We're trying to make things work. What are we doing? Madam Speaker, some academics in life like to write papers, but practicality ain't something they're thinking about. All right. Madam Speaker, I got Gun Creek, Virgin Islands. I got territorial representative. I know my colleague across over there, Honorable Smith, gonna jump up with me on this. Shut down what? Close down who? Gun Creek, Madam Speaker. They hear what the name of the thing begin with? They're mad. Madam Speaker, you got to know which fight to pick. You pick a fight with a place that name like that. Leave that alone. Leave it alone, Madam Speaker. As my friend up East Cora would say, leave it alone. Madam Speaker, I ain't using them words. You get in trouble for them. Not me. Teddy Bay Airport in Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, 2 ports in Virgin Islands, Gun Creek and the airport. Maybe over there got a lot of birds them like to see. And they want nobody over there. 2 on 1 island, Madam Speaker. I don't see anything shutting down on Tatola here, right? 3 of them in the night. 1, 2. You got more than 3? Well, Honorable Whitley, I'm going to give you a chance, but Madam Speaker, tell my people if they're ready to go out with them. Let me get these big rock them from Ballast Bay. Let me get what I got up the bush. Let me get it. If I got to pick a wild thumb and whip I there, this cannot happen. And you're doing this without consulting with people too? You don't think the Virgin Islands community wants to have a weigh in on this? Madam Speaker, I got something here I'm going to come back to that. Madam Speaker, You know, recommendation 147 on page 122. A suitable vetting subgroup of the National Security Council, that's a job there, Madam Speaker, a subgroup, a vetting subgroup, apply Virgin Island laws, should be responsible for assessing and approving and prioritizing agencies' requests for Maritime Security Law Enforcement Agency, for the Maritime Security Law Enforcement Agency to undertake non-routine activity. Madam Speaker, that sounds like a Coast Guard. I ain't the brightest, but it sounds like a Coast Guard. Now, Madam Speaker, with this Coast Guard, one of the things they have to protect is our EEZ. That's our exclusive economic zone. I went to a fisherman's meeting yesterday. I had a very lively man down there from the 3rd. And he was talking about our fishing grounds. Madam Speaker, recently there was, I'm going to talk it, I got the evidence. There was a move to drag nets and do seismic activity blasting off the coast of Antigua. You see all those wonderful posts that Alton Borty and others will be posting about whales? We have an industry there that we could maximize on whale watching. They wanted to go out there, Madam Speaker, in the deep trench and drag the French. And you had people throughout the region screaming, saying, no, no. And you had agencies in the BVI and groups like Beyond the Reef saying, no. Eventually, the government did what was necessary to make sure it didn't happen. But you see that zone, Madam Speaker, and I know officials in the ministry, because I've spoken to them, are working on it. But Madam Speaker, we have to police that zone out there. When I read this report, I see things in here about Coast Guard being posted in Antigua. I said, but wait, the man come here, come tell us this? I've been hearing this for years. Okay, how many boats you're giving us? Madam Speaker, I got questions. Because if you're telling me I need to do something, because in the Virgin Islands, if your neighbor tell you that you need to do something, you know what your neighbor gonna say? I am going to help. Let me help him with. Madam Speaker, in here they talk about human trafficking. Madam Speaker, that's a big deal too. Anybody in the Virgin Islands that want to throw their hand over their face and make it seem like it doesn't happen, it happens. We know it. Okay. All human rights commission and all laws, we need to address it. I agree. When it comes to policing our waters, we should get better at it. Right now we have an argument, a little discussion going on with the U.S. Virgin Islands about our cruising permits and things. But we know when they're ready to push people in our waters and we got to deal with it. Sometimes you got to be willing to make people uncomfortable with conversation, Madam Speaker. Because that's how you get progress. Madam Speaker, I agree, and I support the establishment of this maritime agency. You know why? Because, Madam Speaker, we have young people in the BVI who travel all over the world to become part of law enforcement, who become part of National Guards, who become part of armies and navies and marines and Air Force. But we ain't got no Air Force yet, but still. So, Madam Speaker, maybe if this is set up all young people from within the school, you have the Cadet Corps. Maybe we could push some of the people in that direction. Maybe again, Madam Speaker, we could utilize our people in a way other than cutting bush. How about that? Maybe we promote that civic pride in our people to protect our borders, including our waters. We could do that. How about we redirect some of that money where it needs to go and really take care of our country? Madam Speaker, I see my colleague came back in here. Look at God, look at timing. Madam Speaker, in here they talk about the prison. Madam Speaker, I know for some people in the Virgin Islands, when you do wrong, you get punished. I agree. But here's the thing. Inhumane treatment in other countries would have us screaming outrage. Inhumane conditions and treatment in our own country should have the same level of outrage. Madam Speaker, we don't know why the road may carry us. We don't know. We learned that lesson. When you look at the conditions of the prison, it needs to be fixed. The UK built prisons in Jamaica, they build them all over the place. How are they helping us? How? Last week I went up to the prison one day after being elected, and while I saw up there, I wouldn't wish it on any enemy in the world. Because the conditions were not good. Yes, there's efforts going on, but is it enough? No. But don't point and say to us, more needs to be done. I saw in the report, it said, it criticized some of the guards about their procedures and everything. But I remember last year, year before, they said they gave them training. So if you gave them training and something isn't happening, what's going on? Madam Speaker, it's like there's an approach, and then there's the right approach, but within all of these approaches, we know how to criticize. Madam Speaker, and some of it is wrong. No, Madam Speaker, I want to clear up something, because when the Deputy Premier spoke, and I have extreme respect for him, he mentioned that within the report, they put Nelson Mandela's name. And Madam Speaker, I was like, nah, man, it can't be that bold, but I understood the context in which he said it. But Madam Speaker, also within this, the Nelson Mandela rules are mentioned within the draft. And the Nelson Mandela rules were created by the United Nations in 2015. There are 22 rules, Madam Speaker. And within this document, they make a lot of reference to Rule 76. And I quote, security and safety, including the concept of dynamic security, the use of force and instruments of restraint, and the management of violent offenders, with due consideration of preventative and diffusing techniques such as negotiation and mediation. Okay, and it says, we also found that there were no specific training, here we go, for personnel who deal with prisoners with mental health conditions, and no additional training available for personnel who deal with long-term sentenced prisoners. So then, Madam Speaker, we see again safeguarding and vulnerability. But again, I say this, if we know this is the problem, is there an appendix in this document where it tells us that the training is coming? If you notice something systematically across all departments of law enforcement is a problem, the time and the energy and the money that went into the report, I understand is valid. But what's the next phase? Madam Speaker, a few more moments. I want to say something. Madam Speaker, reference was made to what happened in this country with the former premier, and I won't dwell on it right now. Now, when it happened, there was immediate releasing of the report because the report was delayed. There was a lot of meetings done in the house down there. I went to one about the way forward. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, I felt a bit perturbed than normal. Because while we were debating in this house, I think it was around after 3 o'clock, immediately when the bill started to get debated and it was late, I remember in the Premier's opening remarks, he mentioned, I think, let me retract that, Madam Speaker. It was mentioned that the document would be laid in the UK. Madam Speaker, the governor immediately put out a statement, and again, I said the governor's office, that the report was laid in the house, etc., etc., and it said that since the report was laid, they were going to start again the application for the Commissioner of Police. And it said that it would be a rigorous process selection based on a new person specification, updated in line with the recommendations in this report. Madam Speaker, this sounds like another job for another person that come in. Madam Speaker, the present Commissioner of Police can be seen in the street greeting all people. The present Commissioner of Police can be seen greeting people at events. The present Commissioner of Police has walked. Madam Speaker, I don't work with her personally, so I may not know any deficiencies, but you know what I see? A Virgin Islander who wants to protect our country. Madam Speaker, there was a gentleman that came in here in committee sittings. I can't call his name because it was committee sittings. And I was so impressed with him because his knowledge of the law, vast. Madam Speaker, I was proud to sit here and listen to that gentleman talk. And just because I wanted to get some credit, I will say also, I know he holds a degree in youth development along with his wife. That's important. Madam Speaker, we have people here. So, Madam Speaker, was this premeditated? Release the report, put out the press release. I expect that. But then also you need to make sure you let the Virgin Islands public know who's paying attention. Now, we got a new commissioner coming. Madam Speaker, how do you reward people for loyalty? Madam Speaker, how do you reward people for wanting to do better. Not every candidate will check every box, but are we willing to just throw all people on the side and say, here comes another one? Madam Speaker, I can't subscribe to it. I can't agree with it. Madam Speaker, if there's a deficiency, do something. You see all these committees and everything? All these extra things that are here? How am I to be comfortable knowing that the next person you're going to bring in is going to not make the mistakes, or will they garnish the support? Madam Speaker, I could tell you, if a local commissioner comes in here asking for support and the support that's needed is financial, do you think it is more likely that the House of Assembly will make it happen? I think so. It's a simple bias, and it is what it is. But Madam Speaker, you're going to have the lady acting 6 months and then say, you know what, somebody else come in. Well, if you want to bring somebody, put them under her. Let their role be a temporary role where there's another officer that will replace that person because they're going to train with them. They're going to train on the job, and then they may have to train abroad. Because in the Virgin Islands, I've been looking for it. There's this myth that when certain positions are there, you put a Virgin Islander to train underneath that person. And when it's time for that person to leave, that Virgin Islander takes it up. And Madam Speaker, maybe we need to force that point now. Madam Speaker, I am not against what is necessary getting done, but it cannot be done in an approach that takes away everything and puts it with one person. My colleagues in here, many of them have said, this sounds like the suspension of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, understand for me where I stand today, that if you're going to take 6 agencies, groups, and put them under one person, this is dangerous. Madam Speaker, this is shaky. Madam Speaker, this will have repercussions. Madam Speaker, this is not how you help a nation, a country build. Madam Speaker, in the same press release, the governor said there are 2 men on the ground already. Madam Speaker, if there are 2 men on the ground, can I get a report on the 145 recommendations that came out last year? Well, we laid that on the table before we brought the second volume. That's accountability, Madam Speaker. That's keeping the public informed. That's letting us know what is going on. If any information is sensitive, haul it back. But Madam Speaker, it seems like one report after the report after report after report. Give me an update on what's going on. I said I love data. Madam Speaker, the Juvenile Detention Center, Honorable Turnbull spoke about it. Madam Speaker, community policing will help us with juveniles. Rearranging and organizing our court system, our youth court, revisiting, now all of that will help. But Madam Speaker, do I agree that putting our juveniles in a penitentiary, which is like a training camp for them where they could go up and learn how to not make the mistakes they made last time, is dangerous? It is, Madam Speaker. It is. And I know we all recognize it. But I say this again. If you want to help us, give us something substantial. The report helps. But Madam Speaker, we need more than that. We need some skin. We need some value. We need to understand that you want to help. Because right now, Madam Speaker, when people come to us and they ask us for help and they share their problems with us and we can't help them, we feel powerless. Well, I feel powerless. I feel bad. I wonder if the UK feels bad that they lay this in front of us and they can't help us or they won't. Madam Speaker, you know, when you get something, my grandmother used to say you pick sense out of nonsense. You got some sense in here. Some sense we know and some sense we didn't know. But deep within this document is a power play. It's a grab. It's above all the politics in the House of Assembly. It's above all the politics outside. Because we could dispute in here for positions. We could create positions. We could remove positions. Madam Speaker, the way this is going, that position can only be a title, which is what it is. Based on this document, the Premier of the Virgin Islands, because it's the Premier and the Governor. And that's why I'm going to lay it right now at the foot of the existing Premier. Bring back HoA Day. It's time to throw that fist in the air. But this ain't working. Ain't working, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go back, and I'm going to end up just now. When I sat outside of this House of Assembly, and that Commissioner of Inquiry report came, and Foreign Minister Milling came to the Governor's house, I sat down there and I said to them, if you put one person in charge of what is going to happen, people in the streets will come and they will have all of their venom and anger towards one person. Madam Speaker, this document seems to be creating that. Madam Speaker, while there were a lot of maneuvers to try to secure the Virgin Islands and make sure the Constitution wasn't suspended, and we had to meet these 48 recommendations, Madam Speaker, as a regular citizen sitting there looking on, I wondered, the Deputy Premier at the time was now the highest elected official in the territory. So he would have been the negotiator for what was happening. He would have been the one negotiating. And I remember in some circles, it's urgent that we have to get it done, we have to get it done, we have to get it done. Madam Speaker, I hear that. But we went from 48 to 130, 125 to 375 now to 561 recommendations. Madam Speaker, maybe we didn't negotiate correctly. Maybe he didn't negotiate correctly. I'm questioning it. Because as I began my presentation, Madam Speaker, when does the COI end? Because is there another report coming? Is there another something coming? Will they find another way to bring something else to us to do? Because improvement and change is continuous. But I need the Virgin Islands to own the change and the process and the decision making. So, Madam Speaker, our Premier, and I'm publicly calling on him, time to push back a little bit now. Because January 2025 is 3 years since the COI started, Madam Speaker. And we're still going on here with this. So my question is this, Madam Speaker. Will the government, will the Premier's office be writing a report back of what we're accepting? Because if he's doing it, I'm ready to sign. And I'm signing on behalf of the persons in the Virgin Islands who are concerned. When you're talking about Section 60 of the Constitution giving you the right to move things from the Premier's office to the Governor's office. Madam Speaker, it's time for us to push back. I remember saying to the Premier and the Minister of Communications, bring some people from the Caribbean. We're paying for all kind of things. Give them some funds. Let them look at the recommendations. Let them look at the process. And let our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean push back with us. Madam Speaker, I am not against the UK, but I am pro-Virgin Islands, and I will continue to be that. Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 1st District, Honorable Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to join in the debate, related to the law enforcement review conducted by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services. And Madam Speaker, I will, in a sense, informally suggest an amendment to the title of the report. That is to say, a review of law enforcement and criminal justice bodies in the British Virgin Islands, and I will add, and its recommendations, hyphen, a retrograde step. A retrograde step. This is what I feel has been presented to us, Madam Speaker. Something that is aimed at wresting control out of our hands and taking us back to where the stony roads over which we've trod in an effort to move forward, and in fact, has taken us back. Madam Speaker, I believe that when people speak or think, it has to do with their perspective. How you look at things, the assumptions that you have will determine whatever you see. Both of us, myself and the member across from me who's an engineer, may come in here and immediately he sees the structure. I come into the very same room, and from my hotel management background, I'm thinking, how will the people be accommodated and be comfortable? We will see different things based on our perspective. And when I look to get a sense of the perspective of the authors of this report, Madam Speaker, I had to go back to the first report, because their perhaps most troubling statement in that first report gave me an insight into the perspective. And I'll read it, Madam Speaker, because it's presented as a fact. The BVI has for years suffered corruption and allegations of corruption. The first one says they have suffered corruption and then allegations of corruption or by or directed towards some who hold public office. This was presented early in that document, Madam Speaker. And it says to me, rather, it goes on in that same thing to say that the Right Honorable Gary Hickenbottom was set up, the commission was set up to examine whether there was evidence of such corruption. After you have said that it's there, we're now looking to see whether in fact it's there. But what it says to me, Madam Speaker, is that there was a particular perspective and mindset in the approach to this very document. And this corruption that was there, and we look at the history and we see it wasn't just all Virgin Islanders, if you want to make some assumptions about them, but you had UK commissioners of police and various officers and governors, and yet you don't see that trail and trend of all the prosecutions and imprisonment based on the corruptions in the high offices that they speak of things that happen here in the governance of the Virgin Islands. The context for this report, Madam Speaker, from my perspective, well, Mr. Speaker, from my perspective, must be one of where are we on our path to self-autonomy. This is a recurring theme for me, and it shall continue to be until we reach there. That if this report is to be of service to us as a territory, it cannot be one that takes us back, but must be one that is pointing some steps to how we move to where we ought to be. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to stand here and suggest that everything is as it ought to be in the Virgin Islands. Even as it relates to law enforcement, I believe that there are ways for us to go, that there are improvements for us to be made. There are things that has to be done in order, Mr. Speaker, that the people, as I constantly say, must have confidence in our system of government. And not just to say confidence in the people who sit in the seats, but the system of government must be such that plans are made properly. But when those plans go awry or when things are misguided, there must be a system, and people must feel sure that errors, even malintentions, must be able to be detected and dealt with. So I welcome reviews of law enforcement, and I believe it's something that should take place from time to time. Not necessarily the same group, because I believe there are competent people in our region, there are competent people around the world who can undertake these activities as well. One of the things that I noticed early in the document, and I saw a few times also, and I see that there is merit in it, but page 9 says this poses a threat to BVI communities, the government of the Virgin, and the interests of the UK. And the interests of the UK. And it comes up a few times in the document. And I am not, for one, will not say that the UK doesn't have an interest, but I'm wondering if that is not the overriding interest rather than the interest of the people of the Virgin Islands and our growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the report and its author suggests that there be new structures put in place to build local institutions. And one of the key areas with respect to the National Security Council. And there are some recommendations there that I see are useful, that in terms of aligning various aspects ought to be more closely linked. But Mr. Speaker, it cannot be by going the route of ceding more authority to the governor. That is why I say, Mr. Speaker, that it is a retrograde step when the recommendations are saying that rather than increasing and moving autonomy along into the hands of the elected people, let us continue to, let's make a move and take it away. How can that, Mr. Speaker, be progress for us and for our people? For instance, on page 22 it says, core membership of the National Security Council should be a matter for the governor to determine in consultation with the premier, but it puts primarily say it should be a matter for the governor to determine. And the national security apparatus must fall under the governor. Madam Speaker, recommendation 8 says the governor should redefine the work of the National Security Council and restructure it accordingly, using his powers under Section 57 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. Following this, the reconfigured National Security Council should meet on a regular basis. Its agenda should reflect the main elements of the BVI's strategic threat and risk. Should the redefinition proposed not be sufficient, consideration would need to be given to amending Section 60 of the Constitution, broadening the remit of the National Security Council to cover all facets of national security. Now, this was an interesting part of it, Mr. Speaker. In my field of initial study, we used to talk about amenities creep. The leader of opposition would know what I'm talking about. That as you go along, you just, things that were sufficient or normal, bit by bit, what you thought was an extra becomes unexpected. And we see here, Mr. Speaker, that this sort of a creep would be taking place because you're now starting to put more and more things under the National Security Council. You start to say, you know, that there's a risk with respect to health, there's a risk with respect to a number of things. And rather than having those things squarely placed in the hands of the bodies such as the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands, where the elected members have greater powers, in my estimation, you are now suggesting that a number of these things be brought as areas creeping the remit of the National Security Council. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. We must be vigilant. There's a primary question. As has been said, this report is not being placed here for us to accept or reject. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, whether and the aspects that would be implemented has a lot for us to do or not do in the interest of our territory. Mr. Speaker, the power must remain in the hands of our people. These decisions must be taken by us, and power must remain with us through our elected representatives who are accountable to us if they do not do the right things. That is the way democratic government works. Another recommendation, and one that we have already said here, and I would note that quite a lot of things that we've seen in this report are not new, but we recommended the merging of customs and immigration, but they said that that should fall wholly and squarely within the remit of the governance, except for maybe how much tax you pay when you come by the boat. The Crimea could keep that. But everything else should go under the remit of the governor. And I would say that, again, I am not saying that some of these things are not good and worthy suggestions, but I am saying the governance structure that puts the governor in a particular place is not what we should be striving for and should accept as a House of Assembly acting on behalf of the people of this territory. The people, the representatives of this people of this territory and the authority must be growing, not receding. There's a lot of stuff in here, Mr. Speaker, that's useful. And a lot of it, Mr. Speaker, I see as things that would have been presented, perhaps even if you had an accounting firm do a review. Because a lot of it is, there's a lot of HR matters, a lot of matters related to training, a lot of things related to standard operating procedures, various types of reviews could have got that. Of course, having a perspective and experience in law enforcement would help, but we see certain things as just to say how organizations are run. And Madam, Mr. Speaker, it is not to say in some instances, if we were to go back and check the transcript of presentations to the House of Assembly from heads of department during the budget process, Madam Speaker, you see a lot of these same things coming out. The portions, we have not been able to fund them yet, sometimes for lack of resources, but a lot of these recommendations, Mr. Speaker, you would see that they were right there by professionals working in our setting who are able to say this is what is needed to fix this or to fix that. There's concern about the need to finding the talent to operate a number of the things presented. But I think there also needs to be emphasized as to how do we go about growing and growing the talent locally, recommending, proposing, trying to entice people into these various fields. The perspective again, Mr. Speaker, and the perspective, and I will not leave from this, and the understanding of the context is a concern to me in this report. That persons who have come from elsewhere and have experienced and viewed things that they have considered normal should come into this space, and all of a sudden when they don't see it the way that it is where they were, something is severely wrong. And I want to bring out a little point here, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me. When you were sitting at the lower seat, you did mention, Mr. Speaker, about the vulnerability in the BVI and the concern that the force lacks understanding about hidden vulnerability. It says here that, for example, leaders and operations officers we spoke to told us there was no modern slavery in the BVI. Yet we heard from some personnel in other agencies who disagreed. The force doesn't have intelligence gathering plans on crimes affecting vulnerable people, such as honor-based abuse and other forms of exploitation and female genital mutilation, a procedure where female genitals are deliberately cut and so on. I just raised that little point, Madam Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, sorry, sir, because I do believe that there is a greater awareness that needs to be present for all officers. But when I saw that part, I really said, was this cut from someplace else and pasted in? But I ain't no doctor. So I said, well, maybe this thing happening here all the time, and I don't know. So I called a friend, a gynecologist, and he said he has had no record of this type of thing in the Virgin Islands. Yet still it's here in this report for the Virgin Islands. I'm saying that the context, the people who wrote this report, Mr. Speaker, they do not understand us. They do not understand our context, and yet still they are going to make recommendations based on their perspective and based on their understanding that is supposed to govern us. That's why, Mr. Speaker, by one means or the other, whether it is that we do not have the right to say accept or reject this report, we must put a marker down to say what we do not agree with. We must say what in fact we will not accept. Because if the perspective is wrong, you have to question the findings. You have to question the findings. And this is another piece, Mr. Speaker, that we see where they do not understand us when they made the recommendations, as has been said by so many speakers before. Oh, well, you can't control all of these points of entry at immigration and customs, so you just need to cut them down. I ain't gonna even bother bring up that dog whole thing that my cousin gonna jump at because he done ventilate that properly. The lack of understanding, Mr. Speaker, the lack of understanding, as he said, of where we came from and who we are and what makes us work, what is the expectation. I understand efficiency and the need for us to see, well, how can we do things better, Mr. Speaker? But it's so easy and a bit of an academic exercise for the writers of this report to just simply say, oh, you know, let's just take this one off. Let's just remove this. Let's just remove that. Because they have no frame of reference as to the implications of those recommendations. They have none whatsoever. One of the things that the authors did in this report, Mr. Speaker, they drew examples from various places, from the UK, and they even did a number of them from the Caribbean, a number from the OTs. And I would say there's a level of collaboration between the OTs and a number of various matters. This recommends even more, and I agree. I agree that we can work together better on a number of things for the benefit of all the various territories. But they drew an example, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the combining of the customs and immigration into border control and so on. And they drew an example from the Cayman Islands. But Mr. Speaker, they chose to give us a part and hold back a part. So under the Cayman's Customs and Border Control Act 2024, this says, the chief officer, in accordance with the Public Service Management Act, and after consultation with the minister responsible for customs and border control, shall appoint a suitable person to the roles. Mr. Speaker, They told us, yes, you should go ahead and combine, but we ain't going to tell you about a part that says it's under a minister. We're going to keep it under the governor. Mr. Speaker, they cherry-picked what they wanted in order to meet their particular goal. But if we're going to take example, let's take example. Those important matters as relates to the borders of the country, Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands saw it fit that an elected representative, someone, Mr. Speaker, whom they can recall, whether at the next election, and say, well, you are not doing a good job, sir, and I need to put this lady in place. Mr. Speaker, these things are to be devolved more and more to our elected representatives rather than taken away. Madam Speaker, the report also pointed out, and I thought that was fair, the lack of support from the UK in developing personnel, systems, and resources for the better execution of law enforcement in the Virgin Islands. I thought that was a fair statement. And not just for the Virgin Islands, it says, but for the other overseas territories. But, Mr. Speaker, I would say I had a little concern. Because I am concerned, Mr. Speaker, that if that support were to come, if more support was to come, it's coming with more and more strings attached. More support would mean more strings attached. More support for personnel would mean the personnel has to come from where we want them to come from. It means that we should not be able to recruit persons broadly and globally from around the world, but we're going to tell you exactly who you should have. If we're going to pay, then we will decide who gets paid. I see some recommendations where the authors did recommend that the UK could provide more support as far as purchasing resources, but that ongoing operation is ours, Mr. Speaker. Taken in whole, Mr. Speaker, all of these recommendations would result in a significantly larger law enforcement contingent. Again, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the authors have a sense of our size or budget and a need to balance spending to ensure our development. It would appear that they would prioritize spending on law enforcement when in fact education may be the better dollar spent to help us to avoid the problems that we may face. They would say spend on law enforcement when economic development might be better to solve some of our challenges. They would say spend on law enforcement when spending on social services, Honorable Minister, may also help to decrease these criminal activities. They are looking at it from one particular perspective, one particular lens. As has been said, Mr. Speaker, they propose a number of new agencies and departments, and in some instances, it would be that perhaps some of the existing operations would be merged under, in some instances. But by the time you get through all of the proposed Bureau of Financial Investigations, the Anti-Corruption Agency, the Maritime Security Law Enforcement Agency Design Authority, Mr. Speaker, this is gonna tremendously expand the number of persons. The one agency, the Maritime Security Law Enforcement, proposed staffing of 90 officers. 90 officers. Perhaps some of them might be able to be margined from existing, but it's a huge, huge growth or expansion in the number of persons. And these have budgetary implications. And this body, this house, is the one that is charged with determining how the resources of the territory should be spent in order to better the aims and goals of the territory. Mr. Speaker, this suggested expansion of the law enforcement regime, I trust will not serve a hidden agenda or purpose. I trust it will not. I trust that it's not connected to the specifications of the role of Commissioner of Police, as you, Mr. Speaker, said when you were sitting in a lower chair. Mr. Speaker, by the time you say that these have to come under this role, and if it is that this comes under this role, you need to have somebody who has worked in the division of X, the division of Y, the division of Z, and we want to make sure that by the end of it, there is absolutely no way that a Virgin Islander could get this job. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of some of the jobs you see advertised in the paper when they say you must speak. How much languages? I don't Minister for Financial Services going to know, because this comes up in HoA alley all the time. To make sure that you must have lived on 4 continents, you must have speak 8 languages, and you must have worked in 16, including Mandarin, and work with 16 different, all sorts of things, Madam Speaker, to make sure that certain persons are eliminated from consideration. Because this is the point where you want to eliminate them. You don't even want them to get to the interview stage, Mr. Speaker. You want to make sure that from time you do a documentary review, they can't make it. Take them out from here. Mr. Speaker, if we are saying that we as elected officials are responsible for the development of this territory, we who have, for the most part, grown up here, you may have gone to study abroad and have come back here and this place is credited for development, then we cannot turn around and say that some law enforcement professional who has had similar experiences, who has done like us, gone abroad for training and development, we cannot say such a person is not suitable to lead in that area. Mr. Speaker, I come back again to perspective. Your background, your socialization, your mental models, as some would say, determine your perspective. And as I read this report, Mr. Speaker, I see some underlying assumptions concerning us, inherently corrupt. When you see some of the recommendations that come out, not to be trusted, incapable. If you don't think I know what I mean when they say incapable, some of the members raised it before, because recommendation 348 is perhaps the most blatant. The governor should recruit suitably experienced and skilled expatriate candidates to fill these positions. In the actual specification and qualification for the role, it excludes the people for whom these rules are being put into place. It excludes us from consideration that somehow this position, this responsibility in this territory, the only way that you can be qualified for it is if you're not from the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, that is heart-wrenching. Mr. Speaker, perspective and assumptions, it's so much at the heart of what people see and how they decide on things. I'll just give one quick little anecdote from my past. When I was back as a young manager at Little Dix Bay Hotel, and I will contrast a couple of views at that time. There was a manager, a European guy, and Vincent would know him, the honorable member for the 9th. And at that time, the company was shifting, and you had corporate officers from the United States. And there I was, a young manager, Mr. Speaker. And as far as the perspective of that old school European general manager was, there was no way that he could see me or a Virgin Islander being the general manager of Little Dixby Hotel. It just wasn't in his sight, it wasn't in his vision, it wasn't in his thought of what the capability and capacity of our people was. The younger guys from America had a little bit more of a brighter view. And as such, their actions were related to see how can we develop this person to reach and aspire to the greater things. If it is that you can't see a brighter future for someone, then there's no sense in investing in it. Your perspective, Mr. Speaker, are determined by the underlying assumptions. And there were some assumptions here about who we are. There were assumptions about our character. There were assumptions about our capability. But I offer my perspective, Mr. Speaker. Or I should go back one to say that the perspective that the author has taken actually has the potential to see our Virgin Islands without Virgin Islanders, or without Virgin Islanders playing any significant role. That we would be minimized. Because don't look at this as the final step, Mr. Speaker. This is a first step. I wouldn't even say a first step. This is another step that takes us down a road towards, as far as I could see, elimination. But my perspective is different. I see in this law enforcement review some useful recommendations and identification of issues to be addressed. And as I said, many of them have been previously identified. But where my perspective differs is that I say that we are the people to address them. We are the people to address them, the members sitting in this house, professionals in our community, those that we may need to recruit from afar, but under the direction of the people's representatives. We must be ultimately responsible, and the work of whomever we recruit must be carried out under the direction of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, we must go forward, not backwards. This report, Mr. Speaker, is a step on the road to wresting the future and control of the Virgin Islands out of our hands. But the road I believe we are on is one to greater self-autonomy and ultimately to independence and responsibilities for ourselves. no one has more interest in us than we do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that this retrograde step is not taken. We must ensure, given the authority that we have, that what is right is done, but must be done in a manner that enhances the Virgin Islands for Virgin Islanders and those who call here home. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. On that note, I wish to thank you for the opportunity, and I trust that as we work together as a House, that we will continue to strive for the best interests of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dawson. I recognize the Territorial Representative, Honorable Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make my contribution to this debate. Mr. Speaker, in my short 2 years in this House, I don't recall a matter, a report, whatever we call it, that has engendered such passionate debate as this one. That is a review of law enforcement and criminal justice bodies in the BVI that purports to be a 10-year roadmap for law enforcement and criminal justice in the territory. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage everyone in the territory to get hold of this report, to read it. It is important that before the end of this session, that we all be clear in terms of what these 375 recommendations mean. Is it a continuation of the COI? And we must be clear, perhaps most importantly, Mr. Speaker, on what are the next steps following the airing of this report that is before us. Mr. Speaker, there is a great temptation with this report to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I am of the view, Mr. Speaker, that even though there is that great temptation, that there are some good recommendations, and therefore we should resist that temptation. For instance, you yourself, as my colleague said when you sat lower down, referred to the revival of community policing, which is mentioned in the report, and that is one good thing that is contained in the report. The treatment of vulnerable persons is another good point that gives the report some merit. But, Mr. Speaker, there are some areas in this report, nearly 300 pages, that could redound against the economic good of this territory. And there are others, as others have inferred, that are simply repugnant. And that is why there is that great temptation to just ignore the report. In fact, it's not only repugnant, sometimes it borders on xenophobia, and I could use other language, forms of language that you, Mr. Speaker, will tell me are inappropriate for the House. So let's leave it with repugnant. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the field work for this report was completed in 2023 over a 2-month period, I believe, between November and December. So that some of the developments in the report or some of the recommendations made in the report have been overcome with the passage of time and some of the activities in this very House, such as the passage of some legislation that I would refer to. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support the Premier's position that in some ways this report, and specifically the recommendation that the Customs Department and the Immigration Department should be combined and placed under the governor's authority, is a colonial step. As my colleague said, it's a retrograde step, and I could not say it better. It is retrogressive and totally unacceptable and unnecessary. The leader of the opposition went to great lengths, and I listened to him very carefully 2 days ago when he expounded on this report. And one of the things he said, and I'm grateful for the extent to which he went into the report, one of the things he said was that, and I'm paraphrasing what he said, this government bought the clothes, bought the suit, and must therefore wear it. What he said in essence is that we are at a stage, what I heard him to say, I should say, we are at a stage where we walked right into this. And I do agree with him, while I do agree with him that we should have gotten some advice rather than accepting the report, I think that all of us would agree that time was against us. And therefore, we were left with very little in terms of an alternative. I do not agree with him that we have to accept, if this is what he was inferring, I do not agree with him that we have to accept the provisions of this report, because they were based, the report is based on recommendations 38 and 41. And if I read a portion, just the first sentence of recommendation 38, part 2, it says, I recommend that this review meaning this law enforcement review, forms an element of the constitutional review I have proposed. So, if my interpretation is correct, then what is being suggested is that some of these recommendations be placed within the constitutional review. But whether or not I'm right, Mr. Speaker, we cannot wear these clothes. We cannot accept many of these recommendations. Mr. Speaker, before getting into the report, I don't want it to be misunderstood that I do not accept the importance of border control and immigration. And I do not understand how porous our borders are and the problems that we have been experiencing with illegal immigration. Human trafficking has been mentioned today, and many of you may have read a report put out by the Financial Investigations Agency last October that, in fact, it's still on their website for those of you who haven't read it. It points to human trafficking between 2021 and 2024, and this human trafficking pertains to trafficking between Haiti and the Virgin Islands and Romania and the Virgin Islands. And it's a very in-depth, moving, sad story, especially when we consider what Haiti has gone through. And Romania, which is close to Ukraine, have also gone through. According to that report, between 2021 and 2024, over $1 million, and it might sound like a small amount, but this was laundered largely through this Haitian network. So the need to combine immigration and customs may be critical, but I do not understand why they need to be under the authority of the governor. This is the issue for me. Again, if customs has been within the purview of the Minister of Finance, ever since we got a Minister of Finance, immigration is also there, and I see no need for that to change. One of the points that saddens me, and I would really encourage the public to go onto the Financial Investigation Agency website and read this, this whole story. Well, it's not a story, but this whole, about this whole event and what they have observed for over the last 3 years. Children are involved. And the way in which they move between here, from here, they come here, they might buy a ticket. In fact, they buy a ticket, but they pay something like $8,000 or $10,000. They may or may not get a job here, and then they move over to the United States Virgin Islands, because that is where they really want to get to. And this has been happening over the years. And sometimes they use our people, they may use other people from Haiti and so on. But it is a very serious situation that has to be curbed. But as I said before, there is no need for it to be put under the responsibility of the governor. Mr. Speaker, this is a massive report. 375 recommendations. It's the second part of the report, nearly 300 pages, and so I will only speak to a few. of the points that struck me. There are about 4 points that I want to speak to, and then I expect that the Premier will tell us what are the possible next steps. I'd like to speak to the economic impact of this report, were it to be accepted. I want to talk about what it says in relation to tackling illicit finance, what it says in relation to improving the National Security Council. And that again, I think, is a good thing in terms of strengthening the National Security Council. And what it says finally about corruption and setting up an anti-corruption agency. Looking at the first point, that is the economic impact of the report, I was happy that on page 13, and if you would bear with me as we go back and forth, page 13 of the report, it recognizes that overseas territories have first called on His Majesty's Treasury. And if I may just read the paragraph, it says, the UK remains committed to meeting the reasonable needs of territories where financial self-sufficiency is not possible, as the overseas territories continue to have the first call on the aid budget to facilitate sustainable economic growth and development. The United Kingdom and overseas territories, and this is very important, the United Kingdom and overseas territories will work in partnership to develop and deliver long-term sustainable programs in the territories with a renewed focus on the priorities and needs of the territory's peoples. I mentioned that this last sentence is important because it speaks to a partnership. And when we look at this document and similar documents in recent times, we wonder whether the term partnership has a new meaning. I know it to mean two persons or two parties working together, or whether the new meaning is now do as I tell you. And I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that partnership is understood between both sides, the United Kingdom and the British Virgin Islands, and that we can continue to work on a collaborative basis as two territories. The report, in terms of the economic aspects, at pages 27, and I'm not going to read the pages necessarily, but pages 27 and 31, and they point to some good things. They point to the bureaucracy, something that I feel strongly about. There is just too much bureaucracy in the service. And it does so also on page 32. I have to agree with previous speakers, Mr. Speaker, who suggested that Sir Andy Cook, the author of this report, he did not fully understand the basis of this economy, nor did he understand what I would call the lay of the land, or he would not have made some of the recommendations that he made. I've mentioned the immigration and customs matter already. And I just want to say that on Tuesday, I think there were, how many people spoke? 3 people spoke, Premier, Deputy Premier, Leader of the Opposition, and maybe one other person spoke. The meeting finished a little bit earlier than usual, because of another meeting that all of us attended. And Mr. Speaker, I had hardly walked in the door of Maria's hotel when who I call the mayor of Virgin Gorda texted me and asked what is going on in terms of the proposal to close Taddy Bay Airport and to close off the Virgin Gorda port, especially in relation to container traffic. I have to say that Sir Andy Cook did not understand the lay of the land, because he didn't understand the importance of Virgin Gorda. Virgin Gorda is our tourism breadbasket. That's where our tourists go to. And they also go to Anegada, which he also suggested that airport be closed, as well as Jos van Dyke. He clearly did not understand that all these areas are used by our tourists, and that this is the wherewithal that supports the economy of the British Virgin Islands substantially. Mr. Speaker, if I could turn now to tackling illicit finance. I was very concerned about what he said at page 10 on tackling illicit finance. And it bears reading, if you would bear with me. We found problems, he says, with BVI agencies' capacity and capability to tackle illicit finance. During our review, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force published its mutual evaluation report on the BVI's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures. The report highlighted significant shortcomings in these measures and gave the BVI until February 2025 to make progress. If it fails to do this, the FATF will place the BVI on the grey list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring. This is mostly true. We have not been placed on any list as yet, but the sentence that concerns me most is this one. This, should we be placed on a grey list, would have a negative effect on the BVI economy and potentially affect the UK economy. Considering this and our findings, our recommendations include, and he gave 2 recommendations, creating a BVI Bureau of Financial Investigations and realigning the FIA and the Financial Services Commission, and so on. I want to make the point, Mr. Speaker, that the BVI has always, in the area of financial services, had a positive effect, a positive impact on the economy of the United Kingdom. The report by Capital Economics states that 134,000 jobs, 134,000 jobs in the United Kingdom are there because of the British Virgin Islands financial services. Because of our financial services, that report goes on to say that the BVI contributes $3.5 billion, $3.5 billion in taxes. So I do not understand how Sir Andy could come to this conclusion. I completely reject this assertion and will continue to do so. He uses, I think he uses Cayman Islands as an example there, or he may have done so later. But I'd just like to make the point that Cayman Islands got off the gray list, I think it was last year. They were on the gray list for about 3 years, and I did not, in fact, we did, it is a fact that no business, very little, if any business, was lost as a result of them being on a gray list. So, as the Jamaicans would say, Sir Andy Cook is a little bit previous in terms of his conclusions. I want, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, to move to page 146. Where he talks about the BVI should establish a new agency to investigate complex and international money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing cases. And then he says, he talks about the FCU doesn't carry out standalone complex money laundering investigations or routinely make inquiries, and so on. And then he says, lower down, the FATF highlighted the lack of resources available to investigate and prosecute large-scale and cross-border money laundering and cases involving virtual assets. It made addressing this a priority action for the BVI. The National Action Plan that followed the report recommended that the staff in the FCU should be increased with officers trained in financial money laundering, in quotes, in brackets, and terrorist investigations to effectively carry out its mandate to pursue and investigate money laundering, terrorist financing crimes, and conduct parallel financial investigations. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that this is ongoing, that the government, in fact, the Attorney General has the lead on this, but we have retained the services of 2 different consultants, Claritas, which has helped Cayman Islands in the past, and Kroll, which is led by the former head of the Financial Action Task Force to assist us. So we are very happy with the progress that is being made in this area. Thank you very much to Sir Andy. Mr. Speaker, at pages 151 and 152, it says the Premier should oversee the introduction of new legislation to modernize the BVI's legal framework to tackle illicit finance based on the UK Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 and associated legislation, and the Cayman Islands Proceeds of Crime, etc., amended for the BVI's context, and the codes of practice to accompany this new legislation. Again, as I said, the research on this work was done in 2023 because we did amend our Proceeds of Crime Act earlier this year, and I believe it was assented to AG yesterday by His Excellency, the Governor. At page 190, page 190 speaks to asset seizures, which is a serious matter. It says, no, it's not page 190. I'm sorry, it's recommendation. Recommendation, it's page 152, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. It speaks to asset seizures, and it says that all monies, the Act stipulates that all monies standing in the account of the fund shall be divided and allocated to specified agencies as described in Schedule 2 of the Act. A little later on, it says, increasing the percentage going to law enforcement agencies and prosecuting authorities would help incentivize these bodies to proactively track down criminal wealth. At the time of our review, on page 152, it says, the fund held approximately $8.5 million recovered from the proceeds of crime. This hadn't been distributed to the law enforcement and criminal justice bodies, which need the money to continue their fight against crime. My investigation tells me that it is not $8.5 million. It's under $5 million, and that this money will be distributed by the Asset Seizure Committee in short order. Mr. Speaker, I now go to the third point I want to make in relation to the National Security Council. I agree with the point made at page 20, sorry to be going back and forth, which says that it seems sensible I'm sorry, let me if you bear with me, Mr. Speaker, for a moment to get my bearing. Page 19, in fact. National security, strategic threats and risks And at page 20, it says, Section 557.3 of the Constitution sets out the role of the National Security Council is to advise the governor on matters relating to internal security. With a clearer definition of national security, this could empower the National Security Council to prepare and respond to the national security strategic threats and risks highlighted above, and these include internal security, counter-corruption and intelligence, cyber threats, accidents and systems failures, natural and environmental hazards, human, animal, and plant health, conflict and instability. The National Security Council doesn't routinely consider all these matters now. Consequently, it isn't taking a sufficiently holistic approach to the national security of the British Virgin Islands. This poses a threat to BVI communities, the government of the Virgin Islands, and the interests of the United Kingdom. I agree in principle that there should be a significant strengthening of the National Security Council. Whether we need to set up an apparatus, as somebody called it in another bureaucratic setup in the office of the governor, is for us to decide, for the government to decide later on. I now move, Mr. Speaker, to this whole anti-corruption agency, and it's all the way at page 250. And it starts with the BVI should establish a new anti-corruption agency. And it's been read by several persons, so I'll just read recommendation 344. No, it's not 343. In fact, it's recommendation 348. And it says the governor should recruit suitably experienced and skilled expatriate candidates to fill the positions of the head of the Anti-Corruption Agency Investigation and Intelligence Unit, investigators, and financial investigators. Now this, for me, is perhaps the most repugnant of this report. Madam Speaker, it seems that notwithstanding all the progress that the government has made, the government recently passed or amended the Integrity in Public Life Act, and that commission is chaired by a prominent citizen such as Ms. Dancia Penn, King's Counsel, OBE, and has on it as members persons like Dr. Robert Mathavius, OBE. In this House, we have a Standards in Public Life Commission, and that still does not satisfy what this report requires. refers to the Cayman Islands government last year passing a revised act. And again, at page 251, it is recommending that this anti-corruption agency be placed under the governor. There's a lot in the report about policing, restructuring the police, serious crimes, and so on, which I will not speak to other than saying, reading what is said on page 54, which is that the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force doesn't have effective arrangements in place to deal with serious and organized crime. Frankly, Madam Speaker, I wonder whether some of what is in here could be true. It says that it doesn't understand threats, that is the RVIPF, doesn't understand threats to our community, including the makeup of gangs, the impact on other countries, and so on. I am happy that certainly today in this House, a few weeks ago, we passed the Police Act. I do not believe that it has been assented to, but there is considerable progress in that area. I mentioned very briefly the fact that this report speaks to the importance of vulnerable persons, or the fact that they are not given sufficient attention. It speaks to the fact that young people are prone to turn to crime led by hardened criminals, and there is not enough in terms of processes to help them. I also found another statistic very interesting, and this is one that says that between 2019 and 2022, there was a 27% increase in recorded domestic abuse. The report also says that it may be higher due to underreporting and calls for better training in this area to better serve our community. And this is one area, another such area that leads me to say, to encourage us not to throw out the baby with the bathwater. It also says that there is need for police protection, a police protection unit to assist with domestic violence. In his press release of yesterday, or the day that the report was tabled, the governor, as we know, who is responsible for internal security and law and order, referred to, yes, that there are 2 persons on the ground already. And as far as I understood his press release, it says that he's getting the resources needed to implement the report. And I would correct that to say portions of the report that are acceptable to this community. I do, Madam Speaker, agree with the Leader of the Opposition that we have to accelerate the Constitutional Commission, the report. We need to debate it in this House so that we can get on with reviewing our Constitution. I believe we would have been much further advanced in this area had it not been for the obligations that we were under with the Commission of Inquiry. But hopefully those obligations are at an end and we can now advance the debate on our constitutional, the report of the Constitutional Commission. Finally, Madam Speaker, I took very seriously the point made by the Leader of the Opposition when he said that we in the House have to act in one accord on this report, this review of law enforcement by Sir Andy Cook. I took him to mean that on this matter, there are not two sides in the House. There is one side, there are 13 of us acting in consort to make sure that the second volume of this report, what we can accept, such as we can accept, will be for the good of this territory, with all of us acting in consort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari De Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to lend my voice to this debate. And I have to say that I am very pleased with the level of engagement and debate on this topic. It makes me question what is left to say, because I believe my colleagues on both sides of the aisles have expressed themselves eloquently and strategically on this topic. And I want to be clear that while we are all in agreement that we have to take strategic effort to fix some of the challenges that surround law enforcement in the territory, we're questioning the way that it is being done. Madam Speaker, I want to use a slight anecdote. You know, I believe in using imagery to help people to understand what it is we are saying. So for 1 second, Madam Speaker, imagine that you're sick. You've been unwell for quite some time, for years. And so you finally go to a doctor, an expert from overseas. They sit you down and they say that you're in bad shape. They explain why. They say that your organs are underperforming, your immune system is weak, and your body is vulnerable to infection. And they put a clarion call for urgent help that is required to save you. So of course you nod, because you want to get better. But then the doctor says, now here's the plan. Go back to the same doctor who's been treating you this whole time, the one who ignored your symptoms, missed the red flags, and gave you the wrong medicine. And I want you to give that doctor even more control. I want you to give them full and ultimate authority over your treatment. No questions asked. Madam Speaker, I have to ask, wouldn't you say, wait, how does that make any sense at all? Or in our colloquial term, that makes sense? But Madam Speaker, if you really look at the report that is before us, if you look at the statement that has been released, that is exactly what is being proposed for the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, there's a reality that the governor, whose office has overseen law enforcement for quite some time with his responsibilities for internal security, based on the report that we have here before us, is being asked to take on even more control, despite a clear track record for lack of real progress in the areas outlined. One of the things that colleagues have spoken to is the reality that a lot of these challenges have really been spoken to for decades. And while this report has consolidated everything, literally they went as far as doing it for as many days, even more, than exist in the year. And so you have a whole list of hundreds of recommendations that you have put before the House, and there's this expectation, I believe, of acceptance. I don't believe that there is an expectation of pushback. I don't believe that there is an expectation of questioning. I find the report to be very demanding in its language, not suggestive or collaborative in its approach, but very retaliatory. But Madam Speaker, before I delve into some of the specifics that I want to speak to, I want to make it clear, just in case a different narrative is pursued. I believe I could speak for every single member of this House and every person in this territory and say, based on the anecdote that I gave, as a Virgin Islands, we want to heal and we want to get better, but we want to be a part of the cure. You can't come and tell us that we have problems and that you want to help us, but the help doesn't include us. So of course we want better law enforcement. We want, safer communities, stronger ties between the police, customs, immigration, and the people. You want stronger institutions. You want justice that feels like it walks, that feels like it represents your interests. But I do not believe that healing can happen without the patient's voice. And in this case, the patient is the people of the Virgin Islands. And by extension, the elected representatives in this House, who the persons went to the polls and elected to speak on their behalf. And while there is an ongoing suggestion of whether we represent the people's voice, until there is another election, we do. And we take our responsibility very seriously. So, Madam Speaker, I do believe that the people of the Virgin Islands have to be central to the solution. We will not sit and allow persons to write us out of the solutions that will be voted out of this report. Because, Madam Speaker, one thing is clear, and it's not just clear in the Virgin Islands, it's clear across the world. You cannot rebuild trust in the police force by excluding locals from its leadership. No matter where you go, we talk about trust in the police. The recipe for that is not exclusion of locals. Madam Speaker, on that point, I want to turn to the report very quickly, because there was a part in the report that really offended me. There's a lot of them, but I'm going to point out this specific point. And it's under the part about the workforce composition. And Madam Speaker, I'll read quickly from the report with your permission. While the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force and HM Virgin Islands Prison Service hired many non-belongers, other bodies, including HM Customs, didn't. We are concerned that limiting recruitment to belongers unduly restricts the talent pool and is holding back the development and improvement of these organizations. It further goes on to say, we are concerned that not all the skills and experience required are available within the current talent pool in criminal justice and law enforcement agencies. There are a number of highly talented individuals who, with the right development, mentoring, and support, have the potential to reach high office. But skills and experience gaps exist now. And to set belongers up for future success, these gaps need to be filled. placing belongers into senior roles too early or without the necessary support risks setting them up to fail. Leadership capability across the existing law enforcement agencies should therefore be strengthened with external hires, at least in the short to medium term. So, Madam Speaker, I have to ask, what is short to medium term? Because if I go back to my notes, I am in a position to highlight that since 2013, I believe it was, when the last local police commissioner retired, I believe it was April of that year, we have consistently had a flow of external persons, majority of whom have been from the United Kingdom, who were sent here to do just that. And more than a decade later, it has not been done. And that has been directly under the remit and the control of the governor. So, Madam Speaker, it's a bit hard for me to believe that in 2025 April, after 12 years of not having a local commissioner, that all of a sudden, what should have been done then will be done now to create that opportunity for succession planning, whereby a Virgin Islander ultimately will be able to resume roles of leadership in law enforcement. I'm not convinced, and I'm not convinced based on the track record that is before us. Madam Speaker, I want to echo what the Premier said, and it was a very firm and strong statement that he said, but I believe it's one that he believes in, and I fully support as well. We believe in reform, but we also realize, we're an intellectual people, and we realize that this report that is before us is not reform. It is recolonization in disguise. Madam Speaker, he also spoke about the reality that colonialism is not dead, but we have to be honest in saying that it's evolving, and in some instances, it now wears suits and ties. And while we have been told that this is a roadmap towards a greater day for law enforcement in the Virgin Islands, we really have to question that. Madam Speaker, I want to go into a little bit about the governor's statement that he put out. And I want to just put some questions to him and by extension to all of us, because one of the parts of the speech that I question is when it was said that collaboration is at the heart of this program. That's a direct quote from the statement. But Madam Speaker, I have to say that this is where words and action part ways. Because if we look at this report and we look at the recommendations that are being made, we have to question that. And Madam Speaker, you know I'm an English teacher, so I'm going to give the definition of collaboration just so that we're fully aware. And so collaboration by definition implies shared power, shared responsibility, and shared decision making. But Madam Speaker, if we look at the recommendations proposed, they are removing responsibility from elected officials and handing strategic authority over to the governor and externally recruited experts. So, Madam Speaker, I believe I could definitively say that you can't call it collaboration if one side makes all the decisions. And you certainly can't call it collaboration if the other side is asked to simply comply. And that is exactly what is being done and suggested in this report. If it is otherwise, someone would have to point it out to me. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, if it is truly about collaboration and partnership and this great family that we speak about often, there has to be a mechanism for local community leadership. There has to be a pathway for youth development in the field of law enforcement. And we have to have an appetite to promote Virgin Islanders to leadership positions in this regard. Madam Speaker, I want to re-emphasize that when we speak about collaboration, we speak about support. And I'll give the definition of support. Support means strengthening from within, not replacing from without. I'm going to repeat that. Support means strengthening from within, not replacing from without. Madam Speaker, another quote that I want to use, and I'll pull aspects of the report into my response. It was stated that by improving governance and oversight, we will be better equipped to tackle crime, protect borders, and safeguard fundamental rights and freedoms. But Madam Speaker, I have to say, you cannot say governance failed without looking at who was governing. And I have to say that we put a real microscope under the elected government and those responsibilities that are under the elected government. But we have not had a level of equity regarding the responsibilities under the governor. Because if you're saying that there are challenges overall, and the challenges include the responsibilities under the governor, how can you then suggest to put all responsibilities under the governor? That's questionable, extremely questionable. And so, Madam Speaker, I question who was governing on either side, and I question what supports and mechanisms and strategies must be deployed to support those individuals to be able to reach their ultimate goal, not to remove responsibilities and put it under one guise. And Madam Speaker, I like the word protecting freedoms, because it said this is about protecting freedoms. But why does the review recommend centralizing power even more in one unelected office if we're talking about protecting freedoms? The freedoms of the Virgin Islander speaks to representative governance. It speaks to democracy. And democracy is not centralizing power in one unelected office. So categorically, as an elected house, we dispute any such intention to put forward such a mechanism. And I'll speak of two more quotes. I look forward to working with the Premier, NSC, and all justice partners. But Madam Speaker, the report does not say how this will be done. Outside of stripping responsibilities and authorities, there's no clear, defined framework for actual engagement. What there is a diminishing of the roles that currently sit under the elected government in law, but there's no real framework to believe that that level of engagement will take place. I have another point to make specific to that, because if the NSC remains under the governor's chairmanship and more functions are moved under the governor's purview, what is left to work with? The governor will be working with himself. He will be the sole person accountable. He will be chairing the NSC, but the Premier and whoever else sits on the NSC will ultimately just be cogs in a wheel, because there'll be no real authority. But what scares me is that there will be no real oversight, because the governor will still chair the NSC. Madam Speaker, that cannot be what we are suggesting in this day and age. It's really a polite way of saying, I will inform you of what we're doing. It's not what is being suggested, which is collaboration and governing together. It is, I will report to you at NSC. I will not engage with you to ultimately ensure the safety of your people and your territory. The governor also said that he is grateful to the UK government for funding the review and the program. But at what cost will we receive this support? Because when you really look at it, right, you have to question the intention behind this report. So we receive funding from this external entity, the United Kingdom. But should that automatically entitle the United Kingdom to greater structural control? It almost seems that that is what is being suggested based on the report. But the price of support cannot be surrender of our local democratic oversight. And of course, as my colleagues have questioned before, we definitely would love to have support in some other areas. While we appreciate support as it relates to law enforcement, and we appreciate support as it relates to the prisons, we definitely would like to see more support in our social areas like education and health. And I want to put this point here because we're talking about funding. The executive, as well as the House of Assembly through the budget process, has put significant funding into the support of law enforcement over the last few years. And I almost want to say that we have to be a bit more balanced in our approach, because while I see the police receiving a lot of funding, customs and immigration are not receiving that level of funding. And so when we want to speak about efficacy and efficiency, and I didn't get the opportunity to, but I'm sure if the Premier calls the Financial Secretary and asked him to give him some figures regarding the number of funds that we have pumped into the police, because I don't want the public to think that it is just the UK funding and supporting law enforcement. The government of the Virgin Islands, through its annual budget, funds the police. What we have to do is fund our law enforcement agencies appropriately and not prioritize the police solely based on fear that the governor will go and take it himself even if we don't give it to him. We have to be balanced in our funding approach across our law enforcement bodies. Madam Speaker, the last point. I see your commitment. I thank law enforcement officers and I thank the community. I've paraphrased that one, but I believe the governor is really saying that he's appreciative, and we appreciate that recognition, but recognition must come with empowerment. It can't just be words. And as I explained just now, it is clear that the officers are committed, but since we see they are committed, our automatic response should be investing in them. We should train them and we should trust them. We should not exclude them. And I'm talking about local capacity building in all law enforcement agencies. And of course, if the community is essential, we have to involve the community more. We have to allow the community to engage in strategy and policy and oversight. It just cannot be one where a policy, a strategy is created and then we are just expected to execute it. There has to be involvement in it. And so overall, there's a reality that we have to, as colleagues have said, reject the narrative that the BVI is incapable of reforming itself. As I said, we agree that reform is necessary. What we question is the direction of that reform. And we certainly don't believe that we need to be replaced. We believe that, as the UK has stated many times, we need a partner, but we need a partner who respects our intellect and authority. Madam Speaker, I want to just briefly speak on this whole concept of Virgin Islanders being systemically disqualified in this report. And Madam Speaker, if you look through the report, I believe it is very strategic in its use of fancy language to exclude Virgin Islanders from leadership roles, especially. Lack of capacity, those words are used. Not sufficiently skilled, consistently used. Inadequate vetting mechanisms. Madam Speaker, they're basically saying we're not good enough. And I'm certain that there is clear evidence of the contrary. But Madam Speaker, it's a smart and strategic way to use qualifications to seek to disqualify. It's real smart. It's a barrier dressed in bureaucracy. You know, you word it properly and you phrase it properly. And of course, they like to say we don't read. So the fact that we don't read it, we can't believe the intention behind of it. But that's why I'm really pleased about how members have really exegeted the report and helped persons to understand part by part by part the language that is used and how offensive it is. So I'm gonna really question one last statement I forget in the governor's report. His statement, sorry. He said, now that we've received volume 2, I believe this is the most critical thing he said in the whole statement. Now that we've received volume 2, I will relaunch the recruitment campaign for commissioner. Madam Speaker, this is particularly interesting because the report recommends a revised person specification for the role, implicitly suggesting that the current acting commissioner may not meet it. Madam Speaker, I want to categorically state that the current acting commissioner is a qualified Virgin Islander with a proven track record who strategically climbed her way through the hierarchy and the ladder of the police force to the point of the deputy commissioner role and has led in challenging times. She has made it her initiative to connect communities to policing. Never in years have we seen the presence of police on the streets like we are seeing now. In fact, I'll go further to say, never have we seen in recent years senior ranking police officers outside of their offices, on the streets, in businesses, interacting with the community. And the commissioner, the acting commissioner, has led from the front. She is out in front. She is engaging with communities. She is engaging with schools, and she is seeking to really revive community policing, because if we do that, we will see the impact of that strategy on the reduction of violence and crime in our community. But what is being suggested in this report is to remove that local identity, that institutional knowledge, from reaching the top. It's clearly said. Now that we've received volume 2, I will relaunch the recruitment campaign for commissioner. Madam Speaker, I want to say very bluntly, because I also know that the acting police commissioner would have traveled to the United Kingdom, and she would have engaged in training and capacity building. And so the question of her quality, I take offense to it. Madam Speaker, you know, we talk about financial services a lot, and my colleague, the at-large member, just spoke about it. And I have to say this, Madam Speaker, my final thought about this specific comment is that this whole conversation has nothing to do with merit. The only thing it has to do with is a moving goalpost. And the financial services knows a lot about that. Every single time we think we reach to a point where we are getting it right, where we are making advancements, here comes someone shifting the goalpost. And these two reports have been strategically used to shift the goalposts regarding law enforcement in our territory and the localization of it. And as elected officials, we have a responsibility to take offense, but to use that offense in the right way and suggest reform that will ultimately be to the benefit of the territory. And we cannot allow other people to decide our future for us. And that's exactly what's taking place. I often hear my other at-large colleagues sitting opposite to me speak about the reality of where we have come from as a people. This report is bigger than law enforcement, you know. It is about who we are as Virgin Islands people. It is about who leads us, and it's also about who gets to decide our future. And if we categorically take this report as is, and we submit to the recommendations, it's best we all go home and sit down. But Madam Speaker, I believe the Premier in his wrap-up will speak to his intention to move forward with a paper that supports recommendation that we support as a people. We are not intending to take this report wholesale and just enact it. I believe there are intentions to do so, but I believe as a House we have to categorically stand against it. Madam Speaker, I want to wrap up in a more positive way and really speak to the fact, wait, I have one more point. I just have to echo it. I ain't gonna go long on it because I'm an at-large member, and it would be remiss of me not to categorically reject the notion of closing ports and airports across the territory. I know my colleagues have spoken about it. I had the specific text highlighted, but I'm not going to go through it. There are 4 at-large reps in this House, and there are 9 district representatives, and none of us will sit while our ports of entry are closed. Madam Speaker, it not only undermines connectivity, it speaks to the context that Honorable Dawson was speaking about that these people lack, because it's not just closing a port. It speaks to connectivity, it speaks to economic resilience and development because of our, our tourism and financial services industries, but it also speaks to local livelihoods. You close in a port and you don't realize that it affects people. You look at it as consolidating law enforcement and putting them under one roof and centralizing, but you don't realize that as a Virgin Islands, we are multiple islands, and that is something that we sell. 60 islands, islets, rocks, and keys, but you're asking us to centralize immigration and customs on the main island of Tortola, generally speaking, to exacerbate and frustrate the process more. We don't know we got problems on the sister islands that we need to fix in these areas. You ain't telling us to fix them. You're telling us to erase them altogether. Madam Speaker, that's just unacceptable, and I know it's something that we will not accept. So, Madam Speaker, on a more positive note, I definitely believe that while we take responsibility, and I'll specifically speak to the human resource capacity side of things, because I do believe that there's an opportunity for more Virgin Islanders to get into law enforcement. I say this all the time. I go into schools, I speak with my students, and especially during career day, we go in there and we ask them, what do you want to be? And Madam Speaker, we don't have much people saying, I want to become a police officer. We don't have many saying we want to become customs and immigration officers. But what I want to highlight, contrary to what is in this report and the intention of what was supposed to be in stating and highlighting that we see too many locals in immigration and customs, I submit that the reason we see so many locals in immigration and customs is because all people see people that they can aspire to be in a very dominant way. Context and culture is important. When you see some of the people who have advanced through customs, especially some of the females, you see a lot of young women integrating in the area of customs, especially out on the water on the marine side. And a young lady, a young girl in a school can say, I want to be like her, I want to be like him. because you can't connect in terms of wanting to become somebody if there's no connection or understanding of that person. It's like a fairy tale. And so the reality is that we do have a lot of Virgin Islanders in these areas, and I consider that to be an asset. If you want to say that there is room for upskilling and reskilling, I support that. But give us a means and a mechanism to do that, and give us the financial support to allow it to happen. Madam Speaker, one of the highlights that I have to say that I believe will support or interest in law enforcement is that finally, and I know one member in particular in this house is going to be very happy about this, but finally, the Cadet Corps Council has met and has been reinstituted. Finally, the board is now in place. Finally. And so, yes, we have a chairman. We now have a chairman and board members officially appointed. 2 weeks ago, the Cadet Corps Council met, and we properly instituted the board. We met with the current leadership. They presented their strategic plan for the next few years, and funding is allocated in the budget that they can finally access to be able to support their initiatives. And Madam Speaker, the reason that is important is because a number of cadets have become law enforcement officers. It is a pathway, it is a strategic pathway that allows them to understand the discipline, the knowledge, the understanding of the laws, the reality of what it means to become a law enforcement officer, the integrity that is required to perform in such roles. And Madam Speaker, of course, for years we have had a significant decline, but based on this new implementation of the council and the board, we expect that a new infusion of just intention, because I mean, I admit if you don't get the resources, you get deflated, but I believe that they are still invigorated and they will go out into our schools, not just the Elmore South High School, which is dominantly where it is now, but into all our public and private schools, and really engage with our students and really redevelop, restructure. And I look forward to asking those same cadets who are now law enforcement officers to align themselves with the Cadet Corps and to assist the leadership in really redeveloping and getting persons engaged in Cadet Corps again. So I'm really happy about that, because I believe that through that opportunity for mentorship and inclusion, we will have a lot of young people that will now have insight into the reality that policing is not just police that are on the beat, or police that have to carry weapons and have to engage in that type of way. They are administrative, technical, forensic. There are so many areas in policing, and there are a lot of empty positions over there at the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. And so our young people have an immediate opportunity to qualify themselves and to take up those type of roles. But the law enforcement agencies have to come up with a plan for capacity building, create that mentorship pipeline, which I believe the Cadet Corps will assist in doing. And the government, and not just the Virgin Islands government, but the UK government must commit to training and retraining of local talent. So, Madam Speaker, whether we have to go out into the schools, whether we have to do public service ads, create scholarships, internships, apprenticeships, whatever we have to do, I believe that in policing, in customs, and immigration, we have to create positions and opportunities for young people to engage with these industries, understand their mandate, and consider a career in law enforcement. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say that as a strategic way forward in the support of the advancement academically and acquiring those qualifications, for the first time, as I understand it, the government has classified criminal justice and related intelligent fields as a priority area under the National Scholarships and Grants Program. So, Madam Speaker, we're not just talking about go into policing. Because of the cabinet paper that was passed speaking to the national priority areas for scholarships, these young people who are interested in law enforcement, who are interested in intelligence services and criminal justice, actually now have an opportunity to apply for scholarships. And because it's a priority area, be considered to receive national scholarships in support of their career path. They also have an opportunity to receive annual grants. You can apply for a grant once a year, and it is a priority area. So once funding is available, which I'm certain the Minister of Finance will ensure, they will have the ability to receive funding in support of their qualifications. So, Madam Speaker, I believe this is very strategic and it is long overdue, and I'm happy that we do have the funds to support such an initiative. So, Madam Speaker, I'll close by really reminding us of something. There are a lot of good things in this report, but the way that it is packaged makes me question the intention behind the report. And so while we will strategically, just like how we go through bills, I think we're going to have to do that with this, and go through line by line and clause by clause. You ain't really got a clause, but you know what I mean. And really go through this report and decide the things that we will accept. Because there's a clear, calculated effort to centralize power. And you know, it's very creative, you know, because I believe law enforcement has become the Trojan horse. It's the tool through which greater authority is being asserted under the guise under the guise of public safety. So we're using public safety to assert dominance and authority. But Madam Speaker, from what I've seen here today, the elected government, the elected House stands against such a move, because I believe we all see that the price of silence is sovereignty. And that's not something we're willing to accept. We intend to advance as a people, as a territory, and as a nation. And Madam Speaker, while we want to strengthen law enforcement, we do not intend to surrender it. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, as I close, the report it claims to be a roadmap, but I'll end by more so speaking to the people of the territory who are listening, because if they're saying that we have a roadmap in front of us, I have two questions that I want to close by asking. Whose road is it? And who is driving? And if we read the report, I think we're intellectual enough to realize the answers to those questions. Madam Speaker, the people of the Virgin Islands are not passengers in their own country. And as elected officials who are to speak for our people, I believe I can categorically say in closing that we will not allow policies to be passed down from afar. We will not allow merit to be dismissed based on birthplace. And we will not let colonialism wear a new face while pretending to be our friend. Madam Speaker, what we will do is that we will build law enforcement that protects us, not governs us, one that includes us, not sidelines us, and one that respects us, not replaces us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Members. At this time, we'll take the lunch break and recess until 3 p.m. House is now in recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to give my contribution. I can't say yet if it's going to be brief, on a review of law enforcement and criminal justice bodies in the Virgin Islands, because somebody reminded me not to call it British Virgin Islands, because that's not a name. I was lectured this morning, Madam Speaker, Volume 2, Roadmap for 2025 to 2035. Madam Speaker, I first would like to thank the kind cooperation of the member for the 9th, my colleague from Far East, for allowing me the opportunity to go before him. As you know, Madam Speaker, I've not been feeling too well this entire week. But I think it's that this report before us is important enough for me to come and ensure that my voice is heard on the debate on this report. Madam Speaker, I listened to most of the members that spoke between the last couple of days. And Madam Speaker, I think the members have been spot on in terms of the assessment and the analysis that they've brought forward on this particular report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this report is about almost 300 pages long, and it speaks to a review of, as I said earlier, criminal justice systems in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I, like the Education Minister who spoke just prior to me speaking now, would like to say there's some good things in the report, Madam Speaker. But I preface that. And I'm going to also use an analogy, and there's a conversation we were having yesterday. Me and some of my cousins were having a conversation. And it was about fruits. About some mango and some sugar apple. And it was said, and it went like this, where, and there's a saying that somebody reference you to a trushy. You're the worst, that's the worst thing that somebody could reference you to, eh? So, we're talking about some mangoes on the tree and some sugar apple on the tree, and you're looking from a distance, and you say, well, waiting for that one to ripe. You see it ripe, and it's getting ripe, looking good, and you see the yellow, you say, that's good to pick. And when you go and you grab it, your hand goes straight through it. Madam Speaker, empty, hollow. Eat it from behind. So, Madam Speaker, the reports have a semblance of that. They show you the sweet parts in front, and then when you start to dive into the report, you see the rotten pieces. You see the pieces that's going to send us 10, 15, 75 years backwards in terms of the retrograde step, as the term has been used already in this House. That's proposed in some of the recommendations that were outlined in this report. Madam Speaker, I am someone who grew up around old people. Yeah? Spent a lot of time with my grandfather, Obel, Sweet 16 Pen, before his death. I think he knew something, so he used to make sure every day, call me, say, where you? I said, here in Tonga in the house. I said, when you're done, make sure you come up. And when you sit down, we'll talk and reminisce about BVI and where this country has come. And you hear a lot of that coming from the member for the 3rd and the member for Territorial Member Skelton, who are elder statesmen of this House and have a lot of that knowledge in our history. And when you grow up around people, people like that, you tend to have a more optimistic view of the world and of life. You tend to see things, you tend to not be cynical. Eh? And I think that's one of the One of my cousins mentioned to me, that's one of your shortcomings. You always think the best of people. Sometimes that's a flaw I inherited from my grandparents. But a flaw I keep there, because you could think the best of people in best of situation, but you can't. One thing, you should never be naive. You should never be naive. You should never be to a point where people think that you're, for lack of a better word, silly and unaware of what is happening around us. But Madam Speaker, today, I think the discourse that I've heard so far is symbiotic of a couple of instances I want to reference that happened in this House, where you had sort of a united approach to this House when it comes to matters of the institution and matters of state. Not that you support the government, and we all know that we have a fair disagreements amongst us in terms of the government and the opposition and how we should work and how we should do things. But the institutions are sacred. The institutions that govern this country, the institutions that our forefathers fought for generations, are institutions that we all, at all costs, should preserve and maintain. Madam Speaker, similar to when the Social Security Act was passed in this House, Madam Speaker, when the government of the day didn't have the support, it took the then leader of the opposition to support the bill to have its passage through the Honorable House. Madam Speaker, back then, that was a very unpopular move. It was ridiculed, criticized. But Madam Speaker, we live to see that the Social Security Act and the subsequent formation of the board is one of the most successful institutions in this territory's history. We learned in standing finance, just this last budget cycle, that about almost $1 billion, just about $1 billion, is under the management of the Social Security Board. Madam Speaker, that is something to be happy about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know that there's some issues with the stock market and there's going to be some fallout. We hope it's minimal, Madam Speaker, but nonetheless, the achievement of the board and its standing within the region and internationally is something that should be lauded because of the bipartisan approach of this House that we have that act today. Madam Speaker, I remember most recent history, the debate on the RDA bill in this House, 2017. Madam Speaker, we had a divided government, divided on to be or not to be. That was the question of the day, Madam Speaker. We then debated at length, and subsequently, the then leader of the opposition supported the bill, and I think the bill passed by one vote, if I'm not mistaken, at that time, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we now have a situation where, though it's not perfect, it has its challenges. The RDA is seen and viewed as one of the main implementation arms for the government of the day, the government of Virgin Islands, and has done some amazing work in terms of executing projects and getting projects moving, and the clutter and bureaucracy that comes with executing the mandate of the country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, brings me to my next point, Madam Speaker. And like I said earlier, I tend to not be a cynic, think the best of everything, but you have to not wonder when you look at what's happening. And I'm going to go back to some most recent history, a little further back, if something else nefarious is at play, Madam Speaker. As one of the illustrious sons from the Third used to say, watch the game. Watch the game, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2017, we had the most horrific experience any of us have ever experienced in our lives in terms of the passage of hurricanes Irma and Maria. Madam Speaker, those two storms left and wreaked havoc on our territory's economy, our infrastructure, and even others even thinking that we'll ever survive or be able to move forward. Madam Speaker, you would think that the administrative power at the time would come with a checkbook to assist in the sum of almost $4 billion in damage that the country faced at that time. Madam Speaker, you know what happened? Shortly after the storms, I don't think it was even 6 months after the storms, the Parliament moved to institute the public register on these Virgin Islands. A blow that could have crippled our economy, could have crippled the way of life for the people of this territory at a point where we were most vulnerable, Madam Speaker. A move that saw thousands of Virgin Islanders, residents, work permit holders, citizens of this country march in the streets of the Virgin Islands in protest for the preservation of our livelihood for these territories, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fast forward 2021, 2020, COVID-19 pandemic. The greatest pandemic in 100 years. It was labeled, it was named, Madam Speaker. We got some vaccines from there, some PEs, but we also slapped with a commission inquiry. Shortly thereafter, I'm not cynical. I don't believe that people have any ulterior motives at all. I think that those just coincidental things, right? And I'm not a cynic at all, and I've never been raised to be a cynic. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the impact of that commission inquiry, though we believe, and I agree, that some of the things that were recommended had to be done. We should have done it. But in that you saw an erosion of the law of the land. You saw erosion of the institutions where cabinet minutes were being read out verbatim in open air, in entire territory throughout the world, actually, because it was on YouTube. So anywhere in the world, a person could have heard discourse in cabinet. You saw Auditor General reports that never went through the right process being discussed, names being published, persons not given a fair chance to adjudicate themselves. And you saw the leadership of the country being paraded as less than, as corrupt, as not upholding to good governance and the practices of good governance, Madam Speaker. That's a gift we had from our administrative power. And still, Madam Speaker, to this day, we've yet to get the real price tag on what that has cost us as a people and as a territory. And I think we're still paying. And I think I heard a member say earlier, when would the COI stop? When would the ticker, you know, you watch the stock market, there's a ticker, but the ticker now going back the opposite direction. When you look at Fox News, I think they took it off on Fox News. I guess they don't want us to see what's happening with the stock market. So the ticker on the COI spending continues to go up, while we have untold challenges as a territory and as a country. Madam Speaker, and then we quickly go to the mutual evaluation report, again, exposing and try to paint BVI as not compliant, not executing as you say you have in legislation, and our institutions are not functioning and working. I'm not a cynic, but something don't seem right with this series of events, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, then you have now this report. for which I'm going to speak about now, Madam Speaker. Vincent, Honorable Vincent, I thank you for the time, and I'll try to be brief, my friend. But I'll dare not try not to repeat most of what my colleagues have said before, but there's some things that are worth repeating and has to be reinforced. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this report, as I read it, as I said earlier, there's some good things on the front. The nice red grafted mango that you think you could just take a bite and bite in. When you grab it, Madam Speaker, you see the violation and infringements on person's civil liberty and human rights, Madam Speaker. The proposed. You see that the tearing down and destruction of the institutions that has taken us the 75 years of ministerial government to build. You see the discreditment or the discredit of our people and their competence and their capacity to lead, Madam Speaker. This generation of Virgin Islanders, since secondary education and subsequently in the 80s, when we started to send persons off to university in droves, we have the most educated population, bar none, in the region. Per capita, if you line up every Virgin Islander who was on their way to university, with anywhere in the Caribbean, bar none, we line up with any of the best of them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government spent a whack of money. My education up in Philadelphia. Albert Fraser knows the school well. He visited it. He knows that brilliant, amazing school. A whack of money on my education, and I'm grateful. But I went in class. I went in class when you come. I heard you were there though. Spent a whack of money, Madam Speaker. And the same true for all of us who are in this house today, Madam Speaker. Most of us have gotten an opportunity, one way or the other, the benefit of the goodness of this country and its leadership, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and last but very not least, it's an aim at our economy. Much of what you see in this report is going to put up a real blow on the economy of the Virgin Islands. A real blow, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, but there's a song, colloquial song, I reference the 3rd District a lot today, sang by a calypso artist from the 3rd District. Who to blame? Who to blame? Everybody looking at somebody to blame. But when you analyze the whole thing, there's nobody to blame but ourselves, Madam Speaker. So we have to take some responsibility on where we are. But we shouldn't beat up on ourselves. We have to take retrospect, reflect, know what our responsibilities are, but we have to move forward and fix the issues that we have moving forward, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, we can't continue, I have to say this though, we can't continue to say in public, in private, about each other that we're corrupt. The most corrupt government ever. Or this one corrupt. How we get that? He got to be selling drugs. How we get a house up there? He got to be doing this. We can't be saying these things about ourselves or amongst each other in private and in public. Some of us was on a campaign trail once. And don't expect others to say it about us. Basically, we have a report that speaks to the law enforcement agencies, the courts, police, FIA, FSC is referenced in here, immigration, customs, the prison, the institutions that are supposed to protect the people of this territory there was a review on it. We didn't say a look into corruption, a review of the institutions. And I did and Google's an amazing tool, eh? And I said to Google, tell me how many times the word corruption or corrupt was mentioned in the report. Now, you want to hazard a guess? In a report that was supposed to review the institutions that's supposed to protect our economy, protect law enforcement, to protect the people of this territory, to protect the courts that you should go for regress if you feel aggrieved. The FIA, is a financial watchdog for financial crimes and so forth. Once we got this report, Google said over 200 times in a 298-page report. You imagine that, Madam Speaker? We can't continue to call ourselves a name and don't expect others to call us the same name, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can't continue to sow seeds of division and discord in private and expect us to now come here and sing Kumbaya. Madam Speaker, the public is not going to buy it. That's why your narrative is out there in the public. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can't continue to tear each other down in private and use these pseudo social media handles and so forth to tarnish and destroy each other's reputation. Say who ain't doing this or who ain't doing that, who is not involved in one of the nefarious activities, and expect not to be investigated, and expect not to be charged with nefarious activities, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, there's a lot of blame to go around. But the reality is that we have to work collaboratively to maintain and build these institutions, Madam Speaker. You could talk about me, I ain't going nowhere to make no report. I got a lot of people that pray for me. I got a lot of coverage. I grew up, as I say, around old people. I got true Eastern law. Look, man. I come from Fathogs Bay. William Malone and the garden, the rap side, them down there is me. That's you cut me, that's where you come from. You come up Long Look, you see Clarita and Alphagina Pickering. That's me. Wally Fred, that's me. Premier too, and I have two sisters, Clarita and Alphagina. Two sisters, got 3 members in this house. Honorable Premier, who's from Clarita, and myself, and the Honorable Attorney General, who's the granddaughter of Alphagina. People must say, well, you don't beat up on your cousin so much. I said, but I have to beat up on you. If I don't beat up on you, I'll beat up on you. I expect them to do better. And I expect him, if he think I'm going down the street, he call me out too. That's the way we grew up, and that's what I know. Greenland, you got a member Potter. I'm Potter too, don't worry. In the east, I cut off the man Sweet 16 and John Valac. That's me. So I could take blows, man, don't worry. I could take blows. But you can't expect to do the things that you're doing and don't expect the results that we've gotten, is my point, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, but I expect that. Jeremiah 17, Pastor, tell me what Jeremiah 17:9 says. So help me, Pastor. The heart of man is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. So we expect that. Madam Speaker, this report is an assault on several things I mentioned earlier. The human rights and civil liberties of our people, Madam Speaker. It discredits our people and our competence and our ability to lead our own country, Madam Speaker. I'm going to cite references to prove this, Madam Speaker. And it also speaks to bringing our economy, essentially bringing our economy to its knees, based on what I've read in this report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the institutions that we pride ourselves on, and pride ourselves as being one of the bastions of one of the things that we have done well in this country, is that we've built a world-class financial center, Madam Speaker. And I have to credit and I have to give kudos to the luminary in the financial services space, Mr. Robert McTavish, Dr. Robert McTavish, who has developed, trained, and ushering some of the most skilled local resources that we have in this industry. And when I read this report, I don't know if it's the same set of people that I worked with for over 15 years, or the same set of people that I know that is sought after regionally, internationally. People are clamoring to have them as part of their regimes. We went to Asia just recently, Premier, and we saw a young Shane Baptiste, a John Balak descent. And you saw the way that he handled the room, the way that he delivered himself to the industry, and the level of competence that we have representing us on the ground locally and beyond. And we have our very own territorial member who has worked in that space for a very long time, has done some good work. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I go to page 136, Madam Speaker. Let's go there real quick. Madam Speaker, bear with me if I reference the actual report. There's some segments of it that I want to actually read and speak to the public about, Madam Speaker. For instance, Madam Speaker, recommendation 166 speaks by the FIU, and breaking up the FIU and the commission was developed in a way for a reason, Madam Speaker. Here you have persons who don't have, and the word was used earlier, I think Honorable Dawson used it, context. Context is always important before you deliver content. If you don't have the right context, you will never get the right content, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, recommendation 166 speaks to the governor, and the governor of the Virgin Islands should transfer the Financial Services Agency supervision and enforcement onto unit to the Financial Services Commission. Madam Speaker, there's a reason why that wasn't done. You want these agencies to have a level of independence. You don't want to have the level of commingling and oversight in the specialty areas, Madam Speaker. But here we are going backwards. Again, retrograde steps that could unravel the very tenets. And in fact, the Financial Services Commission and the Virgin Islands have always been the forerunners when it comes to best practice in these spaces, international best practice. So we're going to break down international best practice because, what's the name of the author? Because Cook says so. Madam Speaker. So Cook, sorry, I have to give him his title, he probably earned it. So Andy said so. Well, here the kicker, and we heard, and many persons have repeated this, the order in council through the back door, the order in council through the back door. But what we're not seeing is that we're getting the public register through the back door, and I'll show you why, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the governor, recommended 167, the governor should join the Financial Services Agency Board, the governor. So now the governor is getting involved in financial services. So you're going to move it over to the FSC, and the governor should be on the board. This is an entrustment that we've gotten, that we've managed this industry for decades. Madam Speaker, the governor should join the Financial Services Agency Board. All board members, listen to this, should have equal responsibilities for the oversight of the FIA, vis-a-vis the FSC. Because if you bring them all under the same umbrella, what's the difference? Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we continue to use these I am not a cynic, Madam Speaker. I am the last person to think that something is afoot. I ain't a momodo. Something don't add up, Madam Speaker. Let's go on to page 143. And here I say, the public register for beneficial ownership through the back door. And it's not just for the financial services companies, no. This is creeping in to our personal lives, where you're removing the checks and balances, where you can't start to do no fishing expeditions. You have to have a legitimate investigation or reason to investigate. But now here was being recommended in 180, Madam Speaker. The Premier should oversee the development of legislation, so the Premier is being directed now on what legislation to bring to the House. To give the Financial Services Investigation Agency, FIA, and the Royal Police Force financial investigation direct access to electronic systems, which hold the Department of Motor Vehicles ownership records, the Department of Land Registry records, so they want to see what land you have, where you buy it, when you buy it, how you get it. The Department of Trade, Investment, Promotion, and Consumer Affairs records and trade licenses. Madam Speaker, this is what they're asking. This is what's being recommended, and the Premier is being directed to bring legislation in the House to give the Royal Virginia Police Force access to these databases. You understand what that means? They could sit from wherever they are around the world and just build a case or fabricate a case or just search and find correlations that don't exist, and well, your cousin owned this and that one owned that, and maybe something is happening here. Where's the due process? Where's the right to privacy, Madam Speaker, for our citizens? And this is for the local population. This is some serious stuff, Madam Speaker. Serious business, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop there. They're even asking for access to the bar system. The beneficial ownership system that we've now transferred to the Financial Services Commission, that the governor now would have access to because he's going to have an equal say on the board as any other member, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're going back to a place that ain't familiar to some of us because we ain't old enough. Madam Speaker, you only hear about it because some of us have the luxury of sitting with some of the older heads who are around during those times, and the implications of what those times meant for our people, for economy, for infrastructure, Madam Speaker. I'm not cynic. I'm not cynical at all. it just don't look right. So when something don't look right, your Virgin Island sense, and as I say, your good landlord sense will tell you to look at it and look at it twice. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this report goes into violates our civil liberties. It violates our right to privacy, Madam Speaker. And it's degrading and breaking down our institutions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the discreditment of our people, that's the right word? With the English majors they turn off. They discredit our people in this process. Madam Speaker. And I'm not going to go too much into the governor's statement, but it looks so familiar. Madam Speaker, you remember when a certain incident happened in 2022? When we were waiting on a report and the report wouldn't come, and every week we asked what the report is, it can't come, well, wait, no, it coming. And an incident happened, and the next day it landed. It was all through the place like wildfire. The next day, I think it was the same night, Premier. The same night. The same night. And all of us are running up and down, and we didn't know what to do. We had different teams set up in different locations trying to figure out, strategize. We put the best of our brains that they say we don't have together to try to figure out a way forward for us in our country. You remember those days, Premier? Madam Speaker, and we put together the government of national unity, and well, we didn't get everything right, Madam Speaker. And the members on that team, I think, was resolute enough to do what was right to stabilize this country, to give us a chance to fight, Madam Speaker. And I like football, and there's a thing called Monday morning quarterbacking. After the game is played, it's easy to criticize and say what he should have done. He should have run the ball. He shouldn't have thrown the ball. He should have called a timeout. He should have go for it on 4th down. But when you're in the heat of these things, you've got to make decisions. Madam Speaker, this report, based on its COI recommendation, speaks to doing an assessment. It didn't say we have to accept it wholesale, Premier. We should not accept this wholesale. Like the debate was then, we should not accept the other one wholesale either. Nonetheless, that didn't happen. But we need to have some converse discussion or report or some converse review before we accept the things that are in this report. We can't make that mistake, Premier. We can't accept this report wholesale. There are good things, there are things that need to happen, but they need to happen by us. We need to hold ourselves accountable to ensure that these things happen, like we've done with the things that we're putting in place now. Madam Speaker, so I went today, and one of my Rapsat cousin, them, I love her to death. She always messaging me, she always watching, I'm sure she's watching now. She sent me I'll pull up her name. I didn't call her name because I want to call out. She sent me a document. She said, look at that. She said, look at this. Here it is. It was even, Premier, you are later. I didn't think you are late at the table. 2 minutes, good. When the report, the rebuttal and the governor's piece went out about all the things he've explained. I think the Minister of Education did an excellent job of dissecting that aspect, so I wouldn't bore the public with more of that, but there's a specific area that I want to bring up to the public that my cousin shared with me. Here it is. A report that was written, volume 2, pretty much damning and discrediting anyone who works at the Royal Virginia Police Force at this time. Damning them. I mean, based on the report, just like how they said that we should suspend the Constitution because I got a soul in the 30,000 people that live in Tortola that could run this country. All of them inherently corrupt, or they have some moral affection that we can't put none of them to run the country. We need to take it over and run it ourselves. That was said in the Commission Inquiry report. I paraphrase. Alleged, well, I can't say alleged, but it was said, but I paraphrase, and I ain't saying it verbatim. It was said. Madam Speaker. We still got immunity, Madam Speaker? I just checking. Madam Speaker, the section of interest to me, and I agree, we might have our differences, and this is, I'm going to say this before I say this, right? All of us who were given the opportunity in any type of leadership position, anyone could have made the case that any of us weren't ready. You could always make the case. You could always make the case why somebody can't do a job. And we are some of the worst critics of our own people. We like to say, what did I give you that job for? Oh, less than, you can't do nothing. You can't run this, you can't run that, you even can't run a candy shop. Them are the things that we say about ourselves, you know. Them are the things that we say about our people, you know, Madam Speaker. What do you expect them to say about you if those are the things that you're saying about yourselves? All of us who have gotten a shot, somebody gave us a chance, take a chance on us. You've got to take a chance on your people. And we didn't turn out half bad. I'll use the financial services again for example. When we were there, Retrograde, Glenford, all the people that were there now that are running the ship, that are recognized internationally, regionally, the now AG, were people that were understudying somebody and they were given a chance. Madam Speaker, we have to give our people a chance, especially when they come up from the ground up. So 2 minutes after the premiere, between 2 minutes and an hour, after the premiere put it on the table, here's what was said. Now that we have received volume 2, I will relaunch a recruitment campaign for the Commissioner of Police very soon. This will be a rigorous selection process based on a new person specification, updated in line with the recommendations in the report. Hear that? A report that we accept yet enough. A report that we still have to go through and decide how we're going to move forward with this report enough. The new recruitment process for the new Commissioner of Police is going to be based on this report. A report that has already damned anyone who is in the current police force. So you tell me that 2012 we had Mr. Fraser who resigned. That's how much years now? 2012. That's retired. 13 years since, almost. And nobody has been there since then. You tell me in 13 years there's nobody that's qualified to hold this post? Prior to that, we had, of blessed memory, another Malone, one of my cousins again. I can't go, I don't know. Brother Malone, who held that post, the first local, who held that post for decades. And he did a good job, build the institution. Yeah. And you will tell me since those two amazing gentlemen that were the most educated population anywhere within this side of the Western Hemisphere, that nobody fits that criteria, Madam Speaker? We really believe that though? Well, we must believe it because we say it. We say it about ourselves. Whenever one of us get the opportunity, what they put she in a position for? What they put the speaker there for? She's so young, she knows what she's doing. She'll end up being one of the best speakers we ever see. Because she was given a chance. We have to give our people a chance. Ms. Vanderpool has come up through the ranks, has paid her dues. Does she have shortcomings? Who doesn't have shortcomings? We're human. We're human beings. But can we manage them? Can you give her the right resources and tools and personnel to help support her to make her successful? That's what people like Robert McTavish did. When we were feeling that way, he said, look, he gave us the bike. He put on training the wheel, but he take them off. We didn't know he take them off. That's what leaders do. You give your people a chance. Madam Speaker, we cannot, Madam Speaker, I'm not cynical. Madam Speaker, well, something don't look right. Madam Speaker, and we go on to Elsa. Honorable Vincent are coming, eh? Give me a few minutes. Madam Speaker, we go on to the custom and immigration. Madam Speaker. One time Jesus walked by. I know all people have been managing customs and immigration, Madam Speaker. They've come up the ranks, they've done exceptional job managing these departments. Madam Speaker. Do we have some shortcomings? Yes, we've had some shortcomings, and who hasn't? But in institutions, you have to build the safeguards to protect the institution and to protect the employees as well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would be the one, the first to say that I believe that there were some synergy will be had by amalgamating immigration and customs. Premier, I have to say I support an amalgamation. But I support amalgamation under your leadership, under the leadership of the Premier, under the office of the Premier, Madam Speaker, or any other minister that is being prescribed that portfolio. Many of our Caribbean counterparts have, what do you call them, Minister of National Security, what do they call it? National Security Ministers. We have a 6th ministry that we're looking at, Premier, I know through the constitutional review process. You should have a Minister of National Security. Here's an opportunity to have full, true evolution and devolution of the authorities. Our Constitution speaks to our aspiration. You tell me that our aspiration changed from 2007 to now? I'm not going to read it, but our aspiration shouldn't go retrograde. When you aspire for something, you continue to aspire for more. You don't aspire for less. The first time I heard about somebody aspiring for less, it speaks to our aspiration. It speaks to what we want to see as a country. The people of the country signed off on that Constitution in 2007. And the aspirations that were derived in those whereas clauses in the aspiration, Madam Speaker, in the what do you call it? The preamble. The preamble. Thank you, Honorable Minister and Honorable Ministers. The preamble of the Constitution, Madam Speaker. So, Premier, we have to ensure that we do not continue to go backwards, Premier. We cannot continue to go backwards. There's some synergies that could be had from the amalgamation, and the leadership of that should be vested in one of the people's representatives. Madam Speaker, I'm going to stop on this and the erosion of our people and our competence on recommendation, I think it's 348. I think it was read already, but I think it's worth reading again, Madam Speaker. 348. Madam Speaker, it says it's page 252. Madam Speaker, it says that the governor should recruit suitable, experienced, and skilled expatriate And I wanted to be clear that I don't think nobody here has a problem with expatriate. You wanting more for yourself and your people don't mean you have a problem with somebody else. If I want to see the best of my people, that don't mean I'm against you. If I think my people have the capacity to do a job, they should be given an opportunity to do that job. That don't mean that I against Caribbean people. Madam Speaker, or persons from other countries. Exactly, persons from other countries. It says, candidates to fill the position of head of the Anti-Corruption Agency, Investigation and Intelligence Unit, investigators and financial investigators. Well, Madam Speaker, I work in the financial services industry for 15 years. Right? My job was business development, and they would like to discredit, say that I don't know nothing, right? Well, anyway, don't talk. I look, man, I my back broad and I tough. I'm big for so. And you interact with these individuals, but you have to know the business. You have to know who does the work in the business, who are the experts, who are the subject matter experts, who deal with these subjects in FIA, in the banking regulated unit, in the investment promote, the investment aid, the investment unit, in all the units within the commission who regulate commission business, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you tell me that all of them people that I know, and I still see Mr. George, Errol George, who goes on all of these inspections with FATF, CFTF, are part of the groups that go in and review different jurisdictions when they're going through their evaluations. My good friend Glenford Malone and Roderick and Ayana Glasgow, and all these people, and none of them qualify for this job that you have go expatriate? Madam Speaker? Roderick, and all of them, none of them have this job? Madam Speaker? You see how we're painted? You see how we're being painted? When we collude with other people to discredit our own people, how people feel it's okay to paint us in a certain light, despite when the evidence squarely says otherwise. And they're putting it in black and white, you're right, black and white. Black and white, them write it. I didn't think them type this one, and write this one. Black and white. Madam Speaker, this one, Madam Speaker, is the most embarrassing one when it comes to our people and our competence. While I believe and I agree that we should always go through a continuous training process of our people, we must always make sure that our people are on the cutting edge in any space. That's why it is important to travel, training, development is important, Madam Speaker. We have to ensure that that is done to make sure people should never, their competence should never be questioned like this ever again, Madam Speaker. And we can't let this stand, Premier. This cannot stand. These type of assertion about our people, their competence cannot stand. And this report is an assault on the people of competence of our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are more, but I know other people have to speak and it's getting late, but a couple more areas, Madam Speaker, you bear with me. Another 10 or 15 minutes and I'll wrap up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our economy, Madam Speaker. How can you do a report like this? All through the report, I should have asked Google how much time they're setting up some kind of unit or agency to see what Google said. I didn't ask that one. A new unit, a new head, a new crew of staff, a new this, a new that. I knew the other third of the rudder. You didn't do a financial evaluation of what it's going to cost us. You just say to that, boom, you have to do this, and the governor sends out a statement and says that he has 2 people on the ground who's already started to look at what we're going to do. Who's going to pay for it? We haven't stopped paying for the COI, as I said earlier. Who's going to pay for this? When I say we're strapped as a country when it comes to our revenues, strapped. Our current expenditure is fastly outpacing our revenue streams. Fastly outpacing our revenue streams. Madam Speaker. Remember, we have to do analysis of this. We have to ensure that a converse report is done that looks at all the implications of this as it's being proposed, the costing of it, and the way forward, Madam Speaker. So lastly, on this particular section, Madam Speaker, 2 things. The Taddy Bay, I still get turned, but Taddy Bay and Dog Hole and Anigada and all the ports that they're proposing to close. Context. When you got a wrong context English major, you will not get the right content. You cannot. I'm a district rep, but I'm a representative of the Virgin Islands. Any application for any Virgin Island is an application for me. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the at-large member, Junior Minister for Financial Services said it. Do they understand the implication to our tourism sector? To the people that work in this space, the people that deserve on a living from this space? The same water taxis who we met with, Premier, just 2 days ago, when they're talking about the challenges that they're having in terms of just trying to maintain and wrestle with the red tape and just trying to continue to keep their businesses afloat. So you imagine how to centralizing like this? And the implication, people are not going to come. People travel based on convenience. That's why you see the numbers at Beefalent is increasing to the rate that it's increasing. Because it's more convenient. People will pay for convenience. People don't pay more for inconvenience. So essentially it's going to shut down a very lucrative, important sector of our economy, Madam Speaker. Context is critical. You have to understand the people that you're dealing with. It's like somebody, you're playing Madden or you're playing this flying game. Like there's no real penalty. So you go into the simulator, you fly in the jet. If it crash, nobody don't die. Boom, you start over again. You fight again. And you start all over again. It's like they're playing that game with our country and the livelihood and the lives of our people. We're playing a simulated game with the Virgin Islands' future, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this report cannot stand as written. And the last one, Premier, they're pretty much going to take customs and immigration, and you collect that little $10 down the road. The environmental tax and the little thing that come in there, we call them cruising permits. You collect those and we'll take the rest. We'll take it from here, Madam Speaker. Premier, I see you in the news the other day fighting for 2 ministers of state and 2 parliamentary secretaries. Might as well you cancel that because you're going to be a parliamentary secretary. Because all you're going to do is manage a cashier. You're going to be the manager of the cashier. That's all you're going to be responsible for at this point, based on what we're reading here. You're going to be the manager of all the you're a health cashier though. But I don't know how much you're going to have because we have less port of entry. You only have one on the road tongue and probably one in West End if they let you keep West End. But this is serious business, though, Premier. Why are we just? We cannot play games with the future of our territory this way. Yes, we agree that some of these things are necessary, they have to happen, we have to make the changes, but we cannot play games this way. Just callously just write things in a report and publish it and think it's okay, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said earlier, the Premier and I, we're blood, but we don't always agree. And that's okay. That's human nature. That's human. We're human. We don't always agree. You agree? Somebody want group think around them. You don't always agree. We have differences of opinion. But the institution is too important to play politics with. I'm not going to play politics with this institution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier played Noah Lloyd in a video, as somebody like to say, in a video them had, he was Noah Lloyd coming on the street marching, and we rightfully have a holiday commemorating the efforts of the Castro, Faulkner, and Fonseca. The way that they rallied the Virginals and the Virgin Islands people to fight for a cause greater than them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have 75 years of progress. This document is proposing to send us back for 75 plus years, Madam Speaker, to the days of a commissioner in charge of everything that happens in this country. We're going back to the days of a commissioner, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the last thing we had a commissioner, what people from Landlook do? I'm going to tell you, in case you didn't know. Madam Speaker, I have another cousin, I got a lot of them in. This one is a pen. I'll tell you what's going on. She tell me, she said, but I did a research, I call her yesterday. I call her Tuesday, I say, you got a thing? You got a thing, but I know you were doing some work. I want to get information on what happened down by the governor's office when I seized the boat. The Fairnat, I think the boat was called. When at the time, I think the cargo was for when the boat used to go in the day, and back in the day, and this is what my grandfather tell me. And those who could fact check. They used to bring the goods and the products for everybody. Not just, a man who had a boat, it was a lucky to have a little boat. To bring it for everybody. So, you talk about, in those times, $5,000 worth of goods. You imagine that? You know what that value was in terms of today's value? $5,000 good. The commissioner, in his own wisdom, seized the man and boat. These are the events. Sometimes you need something to shake up our people. As simple as this might be, these are the type of events that are catalysts for us to really move in one direction and have some real change. Stop being the ones who are being divisive. Stop being the ones that say, man, what you give you that job for? Oh, less thing she can't do nothing. What you give that job for? And say, look, give our people a chance. Let's help them. Let's give them the support so they could grow. It's people like Christopher Fleming. He got 6 months. He got 6 months in jail for it. That's Mr. S.B. Potter, grandfather. Yeah, Boss Joe. Who know who Boss Joe is? It's my colleague on the left. That's the grandfather, Boss Joe. Nelson Dawson. That's your he was married to your grandfather's sister. That's your great uncle. I don't like disgusting blood. Here you know. Here you know. Here he know. James Bim. And it's for my Long people to know that we are bigger and stronger than they define us as a people. James Bim. You know what James Bim is? Our current senior magistrate's grandfather. That's Tamia Richards' grandfather. So you see the pedigree. James Boudou. You know who that is? That's Terence Letsom. The great Terence Letsom, that's his grandfather, or one of the leaders that we laud in this house, who the airport is named after. Sometimes you have to fight, Madam Speaker, as trivial as you think it might be. You might look at this just as a report, Madam Speaker. All people have a history of fighting for the preservation of our country. I think it was Cruikshank at the time. Cruikshank was the commissioner at the time. I think he was there when they had the match. For the match, he was there for the match. Members, colleagues, this report is sending us back of the way of a commissioner. It's subtle in some areas and not so subtle in others, Madam Speaker. But the reality is that we have to collectively, and I'm not subscribing of the notion, Madam Speaker, and I know the temperature would rise, and I know I start to sweat at the head, at the bottom. I know, colleagues, you have a napkin to share. I don't want to shine so much on the camera. But I'm wrapping up shortly, Madam Speaker. And we have to fight, Madam Speaker. Some might see it in the public space as being trivial, but nothing is trivial by giving back the gains that those persons that I spoke about just now, and the Faulkners, the Fonseca, and the Castro, nothing is trivial about what they fought for. 70 years, 75 years is nothing trivial. The injustice that they endured, based on the gains that we've made over the years, and you're trying to tell us that we're not good enough still, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I say no, just a no to that. We are good enough. Our people are good enough. We have to make sure that we support our people, support the institutions, do what we have to do to ensure that our people are positioned for these positions when the time comes. If we're going to be critical, let's be critical constructively. Let's not destroy them in the process and destroy their aspirations and their self-esteem. Anybody strong like us politicians, because we politicians take some blows, you know? Anybody could take them kind of blows. Anybody could take them kind of blows. Sometimes people, those things derail persons' aspirations. And all persons sometimes want is opportunity. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll close on this, Madam Speaker. And I'll take about 5 minutes to close, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a narrative, and I'm hearing it a lot, particularly in my community. I'm hearing it a lot on social media. And I continue to talk about the unity that is required for us to navigate the challenges that we face as a country, Madam Speaker. In the beginning, I talked about my descendants for a reason. I didn't talk to be braggadocious or boastful. I said it for a reason, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am a descendant of the first 3 people, Margaret Nottingham, Premier. You know the history a little better than I. 1776 of this territory. First 3 people in the Western Hemisphere. Premier, myself, Honorable Smith, Don Smith, in this house, and Honorable Ronnie Skelton, are descendants of those people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I spent a lot of time with my grandfather throughout his life, but more so, particularly the last years of his life. And he shared a lot with me in terms of this country, how it was built, and the contributions that people made to the development of this country, Madam Speaker. He just didn't speak about the Virgin Islander, who was the ones who were descendants of those individuals. He spoke about persons who came to the Virgin Islands and the contribution that those individuals have made to this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I reflect personally on people like Jonathan Sylvester, as Silo as we used to call him, of blessed memory, Madam Speaker. Silo came to the BVI and resided in East End. And I can remember the moments that were shared between me and that family. And I can remember his contribution because I can remember every Saturday morning and sometimes Sunday, we don't go to church. We used to go around this entire territory planting electricity poles. He used to work for Cable and Wireless at the time. Made a tremendous contribution to building out the telecom infrastructure in this country. At the time, phones were coming into play, the lines had to be run, extending the phone network across the territory in remote areas. He did a lot of that work, and we did a lot of that work with him. Me and his sons, Bevis and Bradley, and a lot of other boys from the community. People like Benjamin Peters, a blessed memory. Right now, there's a lot of talk about food security. I'm going to talk just about my community that I grew up in. I'm sure the same will be true for every community around this territory, Madam Speaker. When Benji came here, he was living on the Song Road. I was living in Chapel Hill. So close proximity, his family, Effie, his wife Effie, and Finn Fawn, and all the children. Don, Donna. Mr. Peters has made a huge contribution to the development of the food sector in this country. Planted tons of food in this country. At one point, he had the whole of Beef Island, when it was under the management of my grandfather, planted up with all type of food that he fed the community in the entire territory. People make their contributions. To this day, they made their contributions. Madam Speaker. People like, last one I'll mention, and then many others, Saltaire, who just recently passed. Stalwart in education, developed and nurtured so many young Virgin Islanders in the 7th and 8th district. Had a personal relationship with her as someone who was close to the family. She called me son, as well as Miss Peters, who I see now and again after church or event, will still kiss me and tell me she's so proud of you, son, for what you've accomplished and where you've become. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point is that not because I am from that lineage, and I will never apologize for where I'm from and where I come from and who I belong to. Like my cousin used to say in this house, I know who I am and whose I am. My cousin Calvin was bad. But that doesn't mean that we have an issue with other persons from other Caribbean countries, Madam Speaker. And we don't live that way. We've never lived that way, Madam Speaker. And I see this narrative creeping up again, Madam Speaker. My brothers, the Williams brothers in East End, my brothers, these are my brothers. These are my family. My own family. I am the first I have 11 siblings. I'm the first of my mother's children. My mother has 6 other children, 7 of us. And I have some other children on my dad's side. Their father's from Antigua. And that's what raised me. My point is that Virgin Islanders, belongers, let us not allow ourselves to be divided. The fight ahead is for all of us. All of us who've come here, who've made this country our home, is ours. There are always going to be people from either side who are going to create this level of narrative. So I will not apologize for my lineage and where I come from and my ancestors who built this country. And I appreciate the persons who have moved to this country and made it a home. They've made tremendous contribution. And we have to work collaboratively. Let us not allow ourselves to be divided. Let us move collectively to deal with the issues of the day that face these Virgin Islands, because they're your issues too. All of us have a responsibility to address all of these issues, Madam Speaker. And I want to tell what we call ourselves indigenous Virgin Islanders, those of us who deem to come from lineage that might have been here much longer than others. Let us not fall victim to that division either. Let us work together as a country, as a people, and build these Virgin Islands for the betterment of all of us here who call these places home, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words, and I'll now take my seat.
Thank you. I now recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to lend my voice and views to this report. One that has caused quite a bit of stir around the territory, particularly in my district. Now, I think I'm going to go down along the same road as the member for the 8th. I think we had similar thoughts. As most of the contributions before me, which were all excellent, I've gone through the report bit by bit. I'll just get to my little piece in the end. Now, because this report, a review of law enforcement and criminal justice bodies in the British Virgin Islands, Volume 2, a roadmap for 2025 to 2035. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I must seek your indulgence. Let me refer to some documents I have spread across my desk. I'm quite sure we're quite going, but I have the documents here, and I hope to reference them from time to time as I bring up various points. Madam Speaker, as I said before, this report is an offspring of the COI report, recommendations 38 and 41. Madam Speaker, it is no question that the UK sees the territory as a contingent liability to them. And they've gone about systematically giving us a particular image, a particular brand that's all over the world. You've heard quite a few of them, the drug dealers, cross-border stuff, corrupt, you name it. Whatever could be said bad about someone, it has been said. But Madam Speaker, one of the things I really admire about the UK is their love and commitment for documenting stuff. I must say they're very good at it. Like the Minister for Education said, maybe they think we wasn't going to read it, or maybe they think we wouldn't learn to read it. I ain't quite sure. A lot of document stuff, a lot of questions you have, you could find them if you just go look for them. They're written. They're written. And Madam Speaker, when I read this last part of the title of the report, I actually put the report down. It brought back a lot of memories. Because I think it was in 2022 when we were debating the COI, I made some remarks concerning the same time period. And I spoke about, it was in 2022, I spoke about the next 12 years. That was 2022. And I was referring specifically to 2034. And the reason why I was looking forward to 2034 is because it represents 200 years of our emancipation from slavery in general. And if you go to Nottingham, 258, you heard the member for the 8th and the Premier both alluded to Nottingham. Samuel and Mary Nottingham, who manumitted their slaves 1776, long before anybody else. Madam Speaker, any roadmap, in my mind, concerning the next 10 years cannot be outside of the content of the aspirations of our people. It got to be in there in some shape or form. Madam Speaker, because this is very clear in the preamble to our Constitution, and I feel obliged to read just a small portion of it. It's a very small portion of what I'm alluding to. And the member for the Minister for Education spoke about words and actions not lining up. And it's a very real thing. And I'll explain to you why I agree with her. It says, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries evolved with a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. And it's because this report here totally disregards that, or identity, or aspirations. And so the last time I was in this house speaking, I spoke about this old treaty called the Treaty of Tordesillas from 1496, where Portugal and Spain got together and they divided the world in two, from North to South Pole, and say, you go east, Portugal, you go Africa, and Spain, you go west. That's why today Africa has at least 6 countries whose first language is Portuguese. That's where it came from. They had no regard for the people they were going to deal with. They simply were on a mission to explore. And that's why you come to the West. Spanish is the main language of South America. That came from Spain. They totally had no regard for the people that they were dealing with. And that's why you see right here in this first part. You come do a report here, spend 2 months here, and all of a sudden, you know everything about us. You know our struggles, our trials, our aspirations, everything about us to write a report like this. But Madam Speaker, I go on. Accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions. That's what we've been doing for the last 75 years. We'll come back to that. Affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage in their development. The member for the 8th said it. This report here, if we ever make the mistake and accept it, takes us back 75 years. We've long past that. And the last part, noting that the United Kingdom, the administrative power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to show you where the words and actions don't line up. Now, going to their white paper, their very own white paper of June 2012. Just one little paragraph, with your endorsement, Madam Speaker. It references the 1999 white paper, and it says, the 1999 white paper, Partnership for Progress and Prosperity, sets out a new relationship between the UK and its overseas territories based on the principles of self-determination, mutual responsibilities, and autonomy, and a pledge of UK help when needed. This was 2012. And 5 years later, full amnesia, 2017, we didn't need the most. They said it here. See the words and actions don't line up? It's right here in the document. Right here in this document. Say one thing, but do it next. We need you most in 2017. All kind of help. Where you brought down here? Body bags, and then a loan agreement full of hooks. That's your idea of help? Now, let me move on here. Madam Speaker, the report calls for a lot of actions, and you heard a lot of which I agree with. All in bad, because we've already started. But Madam Speaker, these things call for money, resources. We do not have a bottomless pit of money. You could sit down and write all kinds of things, where the money coming from to finance it. Talk is cheap, but money by land. These things call for money. Because we don't know or don't want to do it. Madam Speaker, I saw a report just yesterday on the level of staffing of the entire government. Madam Speaker, I call it 3 ministries and departments. Madam Speaker, in my ministry, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, 29% of our vacant positions are not filled. 29% are not filled. They're vacant. So 100 and something jobs. How do you expect us to function without the full complement of staff? But I think because we don't want to hire people, where the money coming from to pay them? People ain't working for free. But if you look at communications and works, I found so interesting. 39% of their positions are vacant. 39% are not filled. It's because they don't want to get the work done. Where's the money coming from to pay these people to get the work of the country done? So you have people who was working overtime, killing themselves out. 29% vacancies for health, 39%. Now, of course, as you look and see what a government owners. You want to hazard a guess, Madam Speaker? Only 13% positions are vacant. 13 versus 39 and 29. Now, Speaker, I don't know if that's the reason why in this report they recommend giving the governor more responsibility. I don't think so, because I don't know how they have known these numbers when they only got them yesterday. But maybe they had an idea that the governor has more staffing and more capacity or more brain than anybody else. And I think I want to be very, very clear here. I don't want to stumble us at all. I don't in any way, shape, or form support the UK appointed governor taking on any more responsibility. I do not support it. Let's look at all the members in here. We are a maturing democracy that belongs to us. And my father, the UK's responsibility to make sure we get more. Definitely opposes our aspirations as a people. And it will set us back, like was said before, 75 years. Madam Speaker, from observation over the years, it appears to me, though, that a lot of our people have more confidence and trust and feel they will be treated more fairly by a UK-appointed governor than by their own people. This has been expressed. Or people don't often trust us, they don't think much of us. Whenever they can get their own way, at last member, they like a run down by the governor. They love to do it. We love to run down by the governor. Because somehow you feel that we don't like you, we hate you, this or that or the other. We're not treating you fairly, so you're run down there. Madam Speaker, you would think that governors are infallible. I know better. They will paint us with an ugly brush, but they may touch their own. Remember, I referred to 2 governors there. Now, coming to them now, why? The UK, at least the ones that I've spoken, at least 6 governors. And they all have a little thing that I say. They let us say it. I only want what's best for the BVI and its people. They love saying that. I was a rehearse part of their training. They're trained to say that because they all come with the same thing. And I remember clearly in those who cabinet at the time, remember me and Governor Gus on that same point. We had a meeting discussing things. He gonna tell me he only wants what's best for the BVI and his people. I have to remind him, them people you talking about there, it's me talking about. I'm a BVI lander, and I'm telling you, I don't agree with you. That what you are saying here, I don't agree with. As I said to him, you are governor now. You're here for 3, maybe 4 years. Then you're gone. You may never look back here again. You shouldn't convince me you love here more than me. Every decision I make in this house, all of us here, we have to live with, good or bad. So we are more conscientious of the decisions we make, or we have to be. And he telling me, oh, I want what's best for the BVI and its people. Madam Speaker, I want to remind us of something here. That governors are not infallible. And we have some historical situations. Now let's raise 2 of them. Remember for the 8, because you looked at my notes earlier, refer to Commissioner Cruikshank. He served there 1946 to 1954 as commissioner. I used to spend time with old folks. Never forget them telling me, when Cruikshank came to Bojangara, particularly North Song, to deal with Crown lands, up and down through the bushes, a long chain. That's what they did survey in those days. But he did a very wicked thing to the North Song people. because he wanted them to live and buy land where he wanted. He didn't want a single person overlooking the North Song Harbor, where the people traditionally live. And that man refused to give anybody up there title to land. It's only in recent days, some people who have house there, born there, live there, married there, dead there, got title to land. Which is recently, as late as 2010, the last week about land in Virgin Islands. And people live there all their life because of his decision. He decided you ain't living here, you ain't getting no land. This influences the whole generation of persons. But you want to run down to them and then give them more power. But, Madam Speaker, it don't end there. Around the same time, same Commissioner Cruikshank. I don't know if he lived in the day. He was given some money to do some work in the BVI. $100,000 for public works projects and $48,000 for water projects. $100,000 for water projects, potable water projects, and $48,000 for public construction. That devil take half that money, half, and put it in government house where he lived. One man take the people and money to put in government house where he lived. It's on record. I ain't making this up. And build a tennis court at her. Half of the money for the territory of the Virgin Islands, one man spend on himself. You see, we don't forget these things, but the records are there once you go look for them. These things are written, but we tend to hide them as if they didn't exist. I'll come to one more. They're coming back to them later too. Going back to another administrator now, and he served, where he served at all? Yes, around 1967. Administrator Martin Staveley. That's the man who decided to give Bates Hill, Wickham Ski, and half of Enigada. Why people think that this makes sense, and these are people that you should trust? And this is back in 67, 1967, all kinds of things were going on then. But he's had no problem siding with the young Bates Hill. Bates Hill was 36 years old in 1967. 36 years old, a little boy. A little boy. Ken Bates was 36 years old. And the governor at the time agreed to give him Wickham Ski and Enigada on a 199-year lease. 199-year lease. And the government of the day, in the beginning, had agreed to it, but the people, the original Wickham Ski, but the people at the time didn't like it. The people, not the government, the people, particularly you heard earlier, people like Noah Lloyd, Action Movement, made a big fuss about it. And then the government went on the side of the people to stop the foolishness. This is 1967. Madam Speaker, during the same time, now I got a point to go into, I'm going to do some reading to bring the point home. But during that same time, Madam Speaker, there's some other important, I said they like to write, documentations going on. A couple of reports. And there are three I want to reference, because it's such a radical departure from what we see in terms of attitude that the UK have towards the BVI today. I'm going to refer to these three documents here. One in 1962 was a report by Dr. Carleen O'Laughlin of the University of the West Indies. The study was called A Survey of the Economic Potential, Fiscal Structure, and Capital Requirements of the British Virgin Islands. She was sponsored by the UK and the BVI government jointly. And she has some very interesting things to say. At the same time, this is 1962, around 1965, there was a constitutional review commission that was appointed, and it was led by Dr. Mary Proudfoot of Oxford, and they were looking at constitutional advancement. But at that same time, this one I really, really like, there was another study by Dr. William Phillips. He was a UN economic advisor, and he had been appointed to make recommendations on measures for accelerating economic and social development of the British Virgin Islands. Now, this is the kind of thing we want to see, how to advance our people. That's what we want to see, how we got from a report like this to one like this. I'll come to that. I have my views on why there's such a radical difference between those trying to build up, those trying to send us back to where we were. We can have that. Speaking of the report, I just referenced Ms. Carlin or Laughing. For me to read just one paragraph, a little lengthy, but she said something in there I found very, very, very curious, and the options that she gave. After we do a reading, just to bring a context in, she's talking about the BVI and its viability and what options we have as a people and as a country. It is, however, perhaps too much to hope that a current government expenditure will not increase by more than 200,000. This is 1962, in a 14-year period. It would perhaps be more realistic to hope that the increase will not be above 400,000, and thus that grant and aid can be reduced to approximately 190,000, of which 100,000 will be for public works non-recurrent. If this is achieved by 1975, bear this in mind, it is obviously not unreasonable to suppose that given a contribution of development, dependence on grant and aid should cease during the following 5-year period. That is, between 1975 and 1980. And we will recall that in 1978, we did come out with grant and aid, thanks to the work of the grandfather of our current premier. While these prognostications are not as optimistic as one might hope, it should be noted that they are based on a careful assessment of the territory's potential, which, although conservative, has some element of a gamble, since it depends on the necessary private investment following the recommended public investment. I believe the element of risk is not too adverse. Moreover, I believe that the alternative, if the risk is not taken, would be catastrophic for the people of the territory and burdensome for the UK government. If the necessary public services to secure economic prosperity are not provided, there will be a continuous increase in grant and aid and a continuous immigration until in time a point will be reached when a continuation of a high grant and aid to a decimated population would be so unreasonable as to make the only possible alternatives, listen carefully, it's in 1962, the possible alternatives, evacuation, in other words, take everybody out of the BVI. Somebody says they send them Guyana. I'm not sure where they were. 2, a sellout to private individuals having sufficient means to convert the islands into a playground for a selected few or into bird sanctuaries offering negligible opportunities for employment. They've given up on us. They had given up on us. Yes, you know, where's the concern? Thank God all forefathers had the resilience and the tenacity, despite all the naysay they had on there, to push on. That's 1962. So, Madam Speaker, I went through all of that. You know. We've come a long way. And I think the outlook then was bleak, but there still was some hope. Madam Speaker, I want to, oh yes, let me read this one before I go to that. Based on this modern partnership, I came across this document with one paragraph, Madam Speaker, that ties in with what's happening now. 30th January 1986. You've already C24, the Premier mentioned it earlier, the Committee for Decolonization, formed in 1961. The UK was a part of it. But 30th January 1986, they wrote to the chairman telling them they're no longer interested in the C24. And this is what they said. The vast majority of the non-self-governing territories for which the United Kingdom was previously responsible have chosen and now enjoy independence. A small number, however, prefer to remain in close association with the United Kingdom. And although they're able to modify their choice at any time, it seems unlikely that any will do so in the near future. In these circumstances, the colonial era, as far as the United Kingdom and its remaining self-governing territories are concerned, is over. I'll read it again. In these circumstances, the colonial era, as far as the United Kingdom and its remaining self-governing territories are concerned, is over. There seems to be no need for the United Nations to devote time and resources to the special study of these territories' affairs. Thank God they didn't take them on. They basically relegated us to remain exactly how we are, but that's not our aspiration. We made it clear in 2007. But they're still marching on in this very strain right here now. It's puzzling to me. And I think the man for the 8 said it. What do they really want? What do they really, really want with us? Madam Speaker, I'm going to report, but just very shortly, because I was given this opportunity to speak ahead of that last member, so I won't keep him waiting too long. But there are a few things I have to say. And I'm starting with the prison on page 153, because the prison falls under my ministry when it's convenient for them. On page 153, it starts out, His Majesty's Bosnia's prison service is overseen by the Ministry of Health and Social Development. In volume 1 of our report, we highlighted our concerns about those governance arrangements we reported. I find this very curious because everywhere you look, the governor is attached to the prison, except in this report. They're conveniently, because they're going to have some problems, you know, somebody say so. When there are problems, it's our own. When there's some kind of success, His Majesty is this and that. You said it. It's right here, black and white. There's no mention here in this of the governor. Go to the prison act, everything's the governor, everything's the governor, everything's the governor. But here, it's now only the ministry. And Madam Speaker, like I said, everything in here is not necessarily bad. And a lot of what is here, we already began working on. And just let me get my paper, here it is. What's a little update on the prison? Madam Speaker, in volume 1, there were 18 recommendations to address at the prison. So far, 7 have been completed, 8 are in progress, and 3 not yet achieved. Not because we don't want to, it calls for funding. In volume 2, they went from 18 up to 74. It's the prison. You make a big fuss about education, you make a big fuss about health, but you hear with this major fuss about the prison. So far, 11 are pretty good, 36 on their way, and we have 27 that we're really struggling with. And it comes down to funding and getting staff and getting equipment and so forth. And just to show one point that these things were a work in progress, over on page 156, I think it is, yes. On 156, the report speaks of, as the prison visiting committee hasn't been functioning for the last 2 years, this hasn't happened. The prison visiting committee should recommence its program of prison visits and report its findings and recommendations to the governor annually. Why not the Ministry of Health that you say own it? But Madam Speaker, I'm happy to please report that this committee, since this report, has been functioning. It might have been functioning even when the report was written. But the committee has been functioning, and they're doing a very good job, and I must publicly, again, thank them for the excellent work that they have been doing. Madam Speaker, I'm going to page, I'm working backward because I'm coming back to something. Recommendation. I'm going to page 113. And 113, recommendation, yes, right. Is that the right one? The A. Was this recommendation 113? 1 second. I'm walking backwards, Madam Speaker. I think it's that one. I got the page and the recommendation mixed up. Hotel A. Page 132. Speaker, one of the recommendations concerns Hotel A. For some reason, I'm not finding the exact one now. But they recommended that some work be done to ensure it's not being abused. Page 92. No. I find that to be, yes, sorry. 113 on page 92. The governor, together with the Premier's office and the Commissioner of His Majesty's Customs, should introduce a robust compliance regime to prevent abuse of hotel aid scheme. Madam Speaker, when the House in 1950, one of the first laws passed in the restored house was hotel aid, and it was there for a reason. It was there for a reason. It was in 1953. Because what had happened, if you go back in history, something happened in the world in 1953. It was the beginning of the Cuban Revolution. 53, and it finally concluded in 59. Cuba was the American playground. It's where they used to go. Once Cuba was finally closed, St. Thomas, the USVA, began to flourish. They saw their numbers went from 14,000 to like 1.2 million in a very, very short period of time. And what the legislators at the time saw as an opportunity, since they were so close, to entice them to come over to the BVI. And that's one of the tools they used, hotel aid. And of course, when that happened, we had two American-owned hotels at the same time, open around the same time. One Guana and one in Rotong. I don't recall the names right. But, Madam Speaker, and we all know this, there's been a complaint about hotel aid probably ever since. Because people thought it was unfair that these billionaires who have money coming in, you give them all the breaks. And it has evolved to a point which is simply corrupt. What I want to see happen is this. When people get hotel aid, turn it into a business. I've seen it. When they bring in the stuff, hotel aid, they were selling it to the public. I have seen it. So I'm very pleased, Madam Speaker. You see, we finally cracking down on hotel aid. Now, in the beginning, hotel aid was only for outsiders. I don't know because in modern times, you have more local businesses that they don't want to crack down. They don't want to crack down because there are more locals getting involved. I don't really know. Where all of a sudden, this here, protecting, I know that do security is an issue for them. I don't really know. I go to page, where I got my page right? 291. Recommendation 291. I think Madam Speaker, my recommendation 291. What is it? This was spoken about before, but I want to touch on it. I think two persons spoke of it. The deputy should amend the terms and conditions of non-belonger crown councils to entitle them to accept other employment in the BVI at the end of their fixed term contract unless they don't pass their probationary period. And it goes up to the text of 290, where they flag this complaint. It says, when non-belonger crown council on fixed terms contracts leave the employment of the ODPP, they aren't allowed to work in a BVI for 2 years unless the governor gives them an exemption. So they decide fit to insert this in here, where at the same time saying they can't find qualified locals. They did not say, well, let's figure out a way how we can assist to qualify more locals. They were saying, let's help the non-locals. Nothing against non-locals, we need expertise. But there should be some kind of balance, Madam Speaker. There should be some balance in how you handle the population. You can't be fighting for one set against the other. That division, as you all talk about, should not happen. This is going to lead to that, a division. And then I come to recommendation. Should I go there? Yeah, let me go there. Also, Madam Speaker, before I go to recommendation 99 and 100, the issue of finding locals, and all two members speak about the governor's letter and the last statement of that release, where he said now that the report is out, he can advertise for chief of police officer, chief of police. I think that's a slap in the face. Everybody can testify how pleased they are with the work and the crime solved under the current act and COP. Ms. Vanterpool happens to be from my district, but that has nothing to do with it. If she's doing a good job and she is qualified, why not give it to her? Why are you making a big deal? And why are you tying it to this report here? She's been doing an excellent job. She's everywhere. She's trying. She has a presence. She's bringing back community police, which I like. Why are you trying to make it seem like she doesn't qualify? And she can't qualify. That the job is for somebody else, someplace else. Let's be fair to our people. Let's be fair to our people. If you're going to fight for other people, fight for ours also. Just be fair. Just be fair, Madam Speaker. Just be fair to our people. That's all we're saying. That's all we're asking for. This report is saying, forget about RU. Y'all can't do nothing. We got to bring in everybody to fix this. We have to be fair to our people. We got to be fair to our people. And we have to be willing to come together and fight for our people. Speaker, I'll go into that contentious one. 99 and 100. On page 83 to 5. I'll leave that for the last. I'm trying to just keep calm. It's not my character to be out of character. So I say I'll do this one last. On page 83, the last paragraph. So, second to last. At the time of our visit, 10 ports and airports were customs ports or customs airports. 9 of these were also authorized ports of entry for immigration purposes. HM Customs personnel worked at 9 of these, and the Department of Immigration personnel worked at 8 of them. We are concerned that Her Majesty's Customs lacks sufficient resources, facilities, and equipment to operate effectively at this many international ports of each in such a small territory. Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree that our borders are porous. But which border is more porous than the UK border and between the UK and France? They're always finding refugees out there. And they only catch maybe a fraction of those who actually come. And to secure a border, it's expensive. And you have to say, but I don't hear you talk about closing ports. So why all of a sudden the solution to this is to close down all ports? We therefore recommend that some of these international ports of entry are closed to international traffic. Let me hear, Madam Speaker. They understand how the BVA works? This somebody asked that question earlier. Do they understand how the BVA works? Tourism is a major part, Madam Speaker, of how we survive in the territory. We fight tooth and nail to improve access, to improve the ease of doing business. And your solution is a step back. Madam Speaker, we have flights from Miami to Tortola. We're trying to get flights from St. Thomas and Puerto Rico into Enigada. We've been fighting for this for a long time. We had to fight to make Enigada International with the light system. Sure, don't know we got the lights over there, but we didn't have the funding at the time. And we understood how important it was that a person can get easily to Enigada as opposed to flying to Beef Island, get a taxi into town, then catching a ferry to go to Enigada. Could fly from St. Thomas to Enigada. And the same thing applies to Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, let me finish up here. It will help increase security. A small number of custom ports and airports could be equipped with modern scanning devices and other technology to detect illicit goods and persons of interest. That's all we have here? We have nothing else happening? Just illicit goods and persons of interest? And given that almost all the customs airports and ports require significant capital investment to bring Her Majesty's Customs and the Department of Immigration accommodation, facilities, and equipment in line with acceptable standards, reducing their number will significantly reduce the cost of achieving this. I think that's something we just can't compromise on. If we're going to continue being competitive in tourism, we have to increase access to all our ports. I understand the security part of it, but shutting down cannot be an option. We specifically recommend revoking customs status and immigration authorization from August George Airport, Enigada. That's a real backward step. Darghole Ferry Terminal, Jasper Bay, Gun Creek. Gun Creek was opened a few years ago. I don't think it is open as a port of entry since then. I've been at Standing Finance every year asking about when are we going to get Gun Creek Terminal open to facilitate boats coming from Easter, from St. Martin, and so forth. It would be such an easy to do. As we can possibly have to come in right now and go to the valley to clear to go back north south. And if you want to close down Gun Creek, what will happen at a certain point? I've been harassing the Premier for years. Premier, let's get certain point a port of entry. In person coming from St. Thomas or Enigada, where they stop in Rotown, Western, or Virgin Islands. Let's get them to their destination quicker. Well, they kill all hope of that now. If you follow what they're saying, it would kill all hopes of certain point ever getting to be a port of entry. And Madam Speaker, that is totally unacceptable. Madam Speaker, in my district I have 2 airports and 3 ports. And you tell me you want to close all of them down? This comes like a personal attack on the 9th district. It feels like a personal attack, but you know, I didn't get it yet. I still didn't get it. I ain't really got to tell you yet. But as we are going to recommendation 100 on page 85, the Chief Immigration Officer, in consultation with the Governor and the Government of the Virgin Islands, should remove the designation of the following ports and airports as being authorized for examination by immigration officers of persons seeking to enter or entering the territory. Teddy Bay Airport, August George Airport, Darkhold Ferry Terminal, and Gun Creek. Madam Speaker, some names were called earlier, like Christopher Fleming, Noah Lloyd, Theodore Ford. We need some of these people now, you know. If they don't come up, they're going to be brought up with this. Like the Bible says, if you don't cry out, the stone's going to cry out. Madam Speaker, they're asking for a whole revolution here of the people. It's going to be like a personal attack. You know that people are ready to march. Because I've seen the chats lately. I know they're ready. So maybe we can't make the mistake and accept these things. We can't make the mistake. And then I want to cut out customs at St. Thomas Bay. Most people didn't understand the trailers coming there per day or per week. And you are telling us the trailers, but you must bring a trailer into Port Purcell. You come down, clear the trailer there, and then try to get the Virgin Order. You know the kind of harassment you're putting people through unnecessarily? I mean, just don't want to cool off. Madam Speaker, I don't know why somebody felt that this is something they could write and that people would accept this. I tell you, young people in the night, they're ready to match. They're ready. They're not got a very long time. No, we're going to be peaceful, man. Madam Speaker, you know, you look at this report and you have to ask yourself, why did they think it was okay to write a report if they were thinking that we would just accept it, roll over, play dead? Because, Madam Speaker, we happen to have an order in council over our head. Is that a thinking? So you propose some things that you know we can't accept. Okay, you figure you could squeeze us like you did back in 2022. But Madam Speaker, that's a different time now. That's a time of, I mean, we have been through a lot, Madam Speaker, since 2017, the hurricanes, COVID, the flood, the COI, the pandemic, all these things. But Madam Speaker, we are a resilient people. We still standing, Madam Speaker. We are still standing. And we are stronger than before. Madam Speaker, everybody who spoke today, we are speaking from one voice because this affects all of us. All of us. And like you heard before, if ever there was a time for us to come together and fight, it is now. If ever there was a time, that time is now. God, Madam Speaker, our future is at stake like never before. It's at stake. I like the way the Minister for Education put it. Silence now, sovereign. We lose the sovereignty of the system. Now is not the time to be silent. It is not my fight. It is our fight. It is our fight. And now it's time for that bravery for our leaders, with our people supporting us. For people, we must come together in a time like now. Because this is a real war we're in. One of our colleagues always say you can't play and fight. You see no play right now. You see no play. there's the registry, public registry. They're still there. They're still there. Now's not a time to show weakness at all or division at all. You cannot show a sign of weakness now. And it starts in here. It starts right here. I'm telling you, Premier, we cannot accept this report as it is. That message must be very clear. It must be very, very clear to everybody. Everybody, I know you're listening. We cannot accept this. We cannot. It takes us back. It takes us back. I mean, you wanna close down Yanagata Airport? My God, the home of Theodore Faulkner, a man who had us contributed today because of his efforts. We are here in this house today, and to honor his memory, you have closed down the Yanagata Airport. Is that what we're trying to do? I mean, the girl to write something like this and then throw it out there. And then the people don't understand that we have a choice in this. We have a choice. But we have to fight, and we have to fight together, Madam Speaker. We have to fight this battle together. It's a battle. It's a real battle. All the years, I mean, this year we're celebrating 75 years of the restoration of the house. 75 years. This 10-year roadmap puts us into 200 years, 201 years after the abolition of slavery. And this is the roadmap we want to posterity to know us for? I don't think so. Being told Nottingham 158 years of being a free people. If all we could show after 201 years is you got a roadmap that doesn't include self-determination, that doesn't include, how the UK want us to go independent? Because they're doing a lousy job of indicating that. But I think it's our decision, but they're kind of making it a challenge. But they're sending all the messages. We don't really get no support from the UK like that. In fact, a gentleman asked me one time, what does the UK have to do to tell you all, go on your own? Somebody asked the question, what next do they have to do to y'all for y'all to understand, go. And all the excuses, we don't trust each other, we don't like each other, so we all the reasons not to move forward. Oh, you ain't on the army. Who fighting in Ukraine? Ukraine alone? Or they got Koreans? Or they got Americans or whoever? All kind of people there fighting. Who fighting in Israel? America and Israel fighting? American equipment? No, there's no real independence in the sense because we're all connected one way or the other. We're all connected. But self-determination is in our DNA, and we should not let down our forefathers who planted that seed of self-determination in whatever form we choose to have it. Now, Madam Speaker, is the time to come together as a people and chart our way forward towards self-determination. Madam Speaker, with those words there, I thank you very kindly.
Thank you. I now recognize the Territorial at-Large Member, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a saying that I grew up hearing that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And many gonna go on that road. We don't want to be one of those, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I say in this House on more than one occasions that we intend to burn down Sherwood Forest to catch Robin Hood. And we, the people of the Virgin Islands, live in Sherwood Forest. And these people intend to burn it down under the guise catching or Robin Hood. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions to a review of law enforcement and criminal justice bodies in the British Virgin Islands, Volume 2, a roadmap for 2025 and to 2035. Madam Speaker, you know where this belongs? In my mind, this belongs in the garbage bin. You cannot write a report like this attacking my character, the people of the Virgin Islands' character, and expect us to be good and professional about a report like this. Madam Speaker, these people, Madam Speaker, these people, Madam Speaker, basically in a report, a written report, tell all of us, every single one of us in this house and outside this house, that we are corrupt. And we cannot be allowed to manage the affairs of our country because according to them, who have been the most corrupt people on earth, around the globe, corrupting people from time they existed. Madam Speaker, I am angry. And for any governor to believe that this is a report to impose on people of color. Madam Speaker, I won't stop short to say the report is a racist report. Because they talk about in the employment of expats. What do you think they mean, expat of all color? They don't mean that. Madam Speaker, every person they recruit to come into these Virgin Islands, they're not of all color. And you want me to sit here at my age, knowing where we came from, and to practice some diplomacy that I don't know anything about? Madam Speaker, this is a sad day. And the report is written in 2 months. 2 short months, February, I guess, and March. 2 short months they wrote this report. Madam Speaker, the whole aspiration, dreams, and hopes of all people are not even being considered. How can one do this? There are about 30,000 of us who live on this island, who live in these islands, these Virgin Islands. And for anybody to write a report and we accept it as little children and permit their recommendations, they're not written in stone like the laws of the Medes and the Persians. They're just recommendations written on paper that can be erased. Let us not allow them to do this to us, Mr. Premier. Madam Speaker, 1950 we had the restoration of this house. And 75 years hence, the real progress, Madam Speaker, besides the economic activities that happened from 50 with Little Dix and those, happened in 1967 when we got a constitution. And Madam Speaker, you know what annoys me about that report? Britain doesn't have a constitution because they have a monarchy, the king is, God is king. We have a constitution that governs our democracy. Yes, they say, some legal scholar can tell me it's an order in council and they can do what they want with it No, Madam Speaker. No. We have a constitution that's supposed to be followed. In 2007, we negotiated a constitution to take us a bit further into self-governance. And this person going to write a report to tell the governor he can take all of these things and do what he wants with it. And the premier must make sure it happens. He must come to the house and make sure it happens. We are little kids or children or something, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this cannot continue. This is totally disrespect for us as a people and as a House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, in 1967, we got our Constitution. All people were elected. In the 50s, and they were elected when we got our first Constitution. This country made progress. Madam Speaker, we had the administrator or the commissioner, whatever you call him, who was the doctor, lawyer, judge, magistrate. He was everything. But that was democracy. But today, the premier can't run immigration and custom because it's some national security stuff. And the large member, junior minister, no, and the deputy premier, no, we were there sitting at the table when we negotiated what the national security supposed to be doing and what their functions are. And for people to come now and make it look like this is supposed to be something that the governor can do what he wants, how he wants, something is wrong. Nobody is going back and getting the notes and understanding what the framers of these constitutions, what their intentions were. They just interpreted it like a snapshot in time. This guy, that's all he did, come into the country, a snapshot in time, and that was it. Madam Speaker, we can't continue this way. In 1977, we had some advancement again. We were given the Ministry of Finance. We were in charge of our own monies. And we made significant progress. These people were not even trying to educate us. They weren't trying to build a hospital for us. They were not trying to build any roads. We got roads, Madam Speaker. And when the Queen was coming here in 1966, sometime in February, I had my little flag there waving. Roton Primary School, now Altier Scatliff. Madam Speaker, that's when we get a road to West End along the thing. That's when we get the bridge at Beef Island. And they tell us we have to collect a quart to help pay for it. But Madam Speaker, these people are they're so conniving sometimes that I remember in 1982, when the Falkland War started, we were trying to expand our airport at Beef Island to get stuff done. It had 1,500 people in the Falklands. I was in England then. And it had nearly 200 or 300,000 sheep. They built an airport for $50 million back then in Falkland, and I understand I was turning in the wrong direction. They can't be used. But we couldn't get even $1 million from them to assist us here. Madam Speaker, yes, they are administering country, but they have not done good to us. All of us talk about what happened in 2017, flood, 2 hurricanes, COVID after, what else? And then a COI after. And the only thing they rely on, they're not even taking into consideration how we build. The private sector was rebuilding everything much faster than the government was doing. But none of that means anything to them. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow this to continue. And the people who are listening needs to not justify. I think it was the guy who was at the Ebenezer Baptist Church before Martin Luther King took over, some John or something, I don't remember his name. He said, you see a fight, and there's a fight worth fighting, just jump in it. Stop trying to justify this and go into the report, oh yeah, this is a good path and that's a good path. The road to hell is paved with good intention like what's in a report. Madam Speaker, this is sad. This is sad for 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 of us to be dealing with a report like that, and we're being so nice about it, and calling all of us in here, every single one, corrupt set of people. And we are quite happy with it. This cannot continue. Madam Speaker, I went reading the report, and I must say, after a while I said, no, this can't be what they're looking for. Because they expect us to make a fuss over it. I can't see anybody sending that to anybody and they expect them to make a fuss over it. So there got to be something deep in that report or something that they're looking for. Divert them to these things and they will not see what we're doing. We got to keep our eyes open. I even at 4 o'clock this morning, I wonder if these people find a way out metal someplace in this country. Because that's what the world looking for nowadays. We got 200 miles of economic zone. I don't think they're looking for no fish because they could chase the fish them out beyond the zone. There got to be something here that they're so concerned about, that they're willing to tell a whole people, a whole population that you are corrupt and we can't trust you with the administration of anything. It has to be something. And those of us who are smart, we need to find out what it is. Every step of the way, whatever we do, financial services, don't mind what you do, you will always be graylisted until they give it up. Yeah, continue fighting till we die, but it's going to be, you're going to have no choice but to fight. But, Madam Speaker, these are serious times. But, Madam Speaker, the 6 guys on the wall who have gotten us the development that we have today, they got to be turning in their graves now. Well, the 4 of them got to be turning in their graves because the other 2 live. They can't turn in their graves if they live. Madam Speaker, we came from 23 or 25 pupils a year getting a comprehensive education. Yes, a comprehensive education. Although the labs and stuff are not as elaborate as today. To everybody who wants to have an education, go to BBI High School, go to whatever high school in this country. And they didn't do nothing for us. They set the stables that the hurricane blew down. The Canadian government is to give them to us. They didn't give them, they were never interested in our health or education. They were interested in putting us in jail. And we know the police officers that were here, they came from Antigua or St. Kitts or someplace. But This is craziness, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a 283-page report, 375 recommendations. And if you read the recommendations, they're not recommendations. Some of them is the procedures that the police should have been implementing over time. Procedural matters to be in contact with your partner, the police force in St. Kitts and the surrounding area. What? That's a recommendation? Like all the other members said, for 12 years, they have been appointing police commissioners for 12 plus years. And all of these are failing on them. We have nothing to do with the police force. The police, they come in and complain to us. We can come in here and talk about it, but that's all. We can't do nothing about it. Madam Speaker, you know, I've been through about 8 governors, 8 of them. A couple were good, about a few of them were not too good, and a couple was real not good for this country. And it seemed like this one is going to join that not too good for our country, because to follow this, you had eyes on this before you give it to the premier, and you can turn and say this will not be acceptable. No, something is wrong. There's total disrespect for us as a people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they say that these recommendations come from the COI. COI 48 recommendation. Madam Speaker, you know, every time I flash back on the COI, again, all I see is the whole optics of it. You know, a set of white people beating up on black people, parading you through the street. They should have taken off our clothes and let us walk the street naked, because that's what they were doing. And a lot of us believed that was good. But that was not good for us as a people and a country. And here, some of the result of it, it's real. But yeah, some of the stuff, anybody who used to be in a position of authority know that those things are simple fixes. Madam Speaker, we went from where all the key positions in this country were occupied by expats. Yeah, 50 years after, and this is, I'm talking now 81 going forward. 50 years after, we're going back to the same position. You know, my preacher friend is not here. Are we accepting that there's nothing new under the sun? That what goes around comes around? That's what we are accepting? Madam Speaker, you had a chief engineer for public works, was a white guy out of England. When it came back, he took it over. Financial secretary was Ross. Robert came, he took it over, and these people did much better job than Madam Speaker. I don't like to call myself, but in order to add up the numbers, I have to do it. electricity. There was a white guy out of England. I came back after 2 years, he gave me the job, and I think the history will show that he was a joker. They were not interested in building our country. And there are others. Lorna was Honorable Smith. She was in top positions. These are no joke. They're basically going to turn to all of us and say we don't belong in these positions. What is happening in the Virgin Islands that these people have such an interest? 21 square miles, it was 59 square miles total. And we were supposed to be about sanctuary. Majority of people were supposed to be moved to Antigua. So the leader of opposition probably we will all be in Antigua with it. You know, if we all be neighbors. You know.
The territorial member that I'm in fact a BVI lander, and I spent my life here. He tends to forget that at times. And I just
yes. Madam Speaker.
I found his comment to be most inappropriate.
No, Madam Speaker, what I meant...
I'm on my feet,
Well, but yes, Honorable Skelton.
I find it most inappropriate, and I'm highly offended, I must say, by that.
Be offended. Madam Speaker, what I meant that his parents will not have been in the BVI. We all will be down there, that's what I meant.
Still inappropriate.
I still have my feet.
Still inappropriate, very inappropriate, and disrespectful.
Honorable member, the member feel offended.
Yeah, okay. I feel offended too because he's misinterpreted what I'm saying.
He had no call saying.
Yeah, but you can't tell me what to say in this house anymore. Madam Speaker, you know, in this report it calls for looking at things that the report, the heading of the report has nothing to do with some of the stuff inside the report. Hotel aid. What has to do with the security of no, some of this stuff don't make any sense. No, it's Madam Speaker, for 50 years, our people and our leaders develop an economic model that all the islands, that are the populated islands, will be able to live in their various communities and enjoy a level of economic activity that is, you know, good for their part of the country. But here it is, a guy came in 2 months, and shutting down airports in Antigua, Virgin Gorda, seaports in Virgin Gorda, Adjustment Decks. And they're putting it on paper with no regards for the peoples of this country. This makes no sense, Madam Speaker. It took us years to develop an economic model to be able to do this. And now, because he's saying that there is organized crime, there's organized crime all over the world. I ain't seen nobody shutting down the airport, no seaport, and that kind of stuff. There's organized crime all down the Caribbean islands. I ain't see them trying to join immigration, customs. These people want these things because it means something to them. Why will they need education, immigration and customs when those things were devolved to us? What is this all about? Why do not give us the police force? I know why they won't give it to us, because the history has shown that when people are ready to revolt, they use the police force against them. That's why they won't give it to us. But they're willing to take things away from us. And it should not be allowed to happen. And as long as I'm here in this house, the mayor don't bring nothing here to join no immigration and customs to give to the. And I will advise you not to join anything together yet. Stop them from walking in silos and walk collaboratively across each other. And when you think you're safe, then you bring it here to join them. But if you join them, they're going to take it from you. So that'd be my advice to you. You know. Well, let's speak. The report also talks about, but they put Jersey and Guernsey and along with us as strong dependency that we govern by the same. That's not true. Our constitutional model is different to Jersey. Jersey, the king is only a figurehead, and Guernsey, and the Isle of Man. The only figureheads. All they depend on them for is if the French try to take them over, that they will come and defend them. That's all. So some of the stuff in the report seems like it cut and paste, and that's what it seemed like to me. I may be wrong, you know. But let's speak. How much does this report cost? If somebody has a number, I would like to know. Can you circulate it, Mr. Premier? Madam Speaker, you know, again, we went constitutional to 2007, fought for constitution to create a position called Premier. And the report treating the Premier as basically a errand boy. No respect, none absolutely. No respect for us. Madam Speaker, you know, I think it was Margaret Thatcher back in her day when she was doing her economic rollout plans, and people were fighting her on it, and she says we're going forward with our development. This country has come a long way in a short space of time. Yes, Madam Speaker, we made errors. There were mistakes made. But which country in this world, in making progress, did not make mistakes? I listened to the Prime Minister of Singapore and his deputies and stuff from time to time, and they will clearly say, yes, in our development we made mistakes, but we have to be constantly going forward. We can't turn back to fix a mistake. We got to be constantly correcting as we go forward. These people want you to abandon everything and go forward before you go forward. Madam Speaker, you know, I look at the customs, the joining the customs and stuff. I think customs revenue is done $40-something million. They give you a little, I'll tell you could collect the little thing. But that's not really what's going to happen, Madam Speaker. They need monies to operate these animals that they're putting together. So where you think they're going to get the money from? You think they're going to wait on us to give them monies? They're going to find a revenue source, and the revenue source is customs. Don't let these people fool us. Madam Speaker, and you can see the COI report, yeah, found a little bit of corruption, but where is there not corruption? Madam Speaker, I learned early in life that good and bad exist together. I think it's in my passage, not here. Good and bad exist together. You can't get good without bad. The older people say you can't make an omelet without breaking the eggs. You have to break the egg to make an omelet. But here it is, they come into our country and so everything that was not so good, they dwell on it. And have us here distracted, trying to correct everything that was not so good. But the good things that we're supposed to enhance and try to move forward with, we can't do it because we're backward. We're going backward. Madam Speaker, this is not good for our country at this time. We need to do something, and Premier, this is one time you have my full blessing. Because I am not going back. I know where backward, I know what it means. They intend to build all of these systems. The governor was there on Bamboo last night. He playing the thing, and I there drinking my little 19 crime. But I showed when it was all over, he walked home. So what is this crime that he's talking about? Yeah, you hear people robbing their houses and so forth. Madam Speaker, make it look like it's some that you can't walk the street. And if you go along the road, even when the cruise ships are not in, you see white tourists walking up and down that street. Nobody, no, they don't have anything to fear. Madam Speaker, under the guise of trying to correct crime, when I saw the report to Madam Speaker, I have to wonder how much did the UK know and how much participation they had in the former Premier, what do you call it now, debacle. It seems like the report that is building on just that. Where is the corruption that they often are looking for? Where is it? Some administrative blunders that happen, they say because they can't link the dots that there is corruption. They need to stop it. They're trying to destroy our country. And they know they're doing it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my colleagues went through the report. By the time it's all done, they all went through different sections of the report. But the report is so obnoxious to me that I don't want to. Because I will be justifying ignorance in my mind. Yeah, the guy who wrote it saw Cook. Yeah, but I've been, and all of us who've been listening to what is happening in the U.S., and if you listen to some of the commentaries, and you wonder, some of these people are highly educated, and went to Harvard, MIT, Cambridge, not Cambridge, Yale and them. And the amount of foolishness that comes out of their mouth, Madam Speaker, they wonder what kind of education, what happened. Something don't make any sense. And it seems like the same thing is happening. How can you write a report, a damning report on the character of a country and a people, and you think you can make a statement, and all of a sudden that statement gonna go over like nobody business. You know, you have the what you want now to advertise for a commissioner of police. Madam Speaker, for the last 12 years, like I mentioned before, all the commissioners of police, they all had unfettered finances, people, and this is where we end up. And he thinks because a report writes something that he's going to get somebody. The best time of our lives was when we had the local commissioners based on the historical context. Vernon Malone, the Honorable Vernon Malone, the Commissioner Fraser. And these guys were well educated, they were well resourced. They went the places that they needed to go. Yes, but you build a report, wrote a report with 375 recommendations, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And I wonder, reading the report, I wondering if the criminals or the organized crime has the same kind of report where they're planning to, because it make it sounds like the organized crime or crime is going to be constant and they're going to catch up. It doesn't happen that way. Things we need to do, we need to get cybercrime, not legislation, somebody dealing with cybercrime in this country. Because people are going to lose their head on monies, then we need to set up something to help people to not get caught in the trap. So yes, crime is not a static thing. Long ago, the young people who used to go stealing, breaking open your place and stuff, they didn't used to wear no mask. Now they realize we got cameras, so they use masks and everything covered. So you don't know who they are unless you know them personally and you see the limp. Oh yeah, that look like Vincent. I didn't say Honorable Whitley. So, Madam Speaker, I am extremely, extremely disappointed in what they have done to us. I don't know what the government is going to have to lead on this issue, and we're going to have to follow. Because this is not just an indictment on the government, it's an indictment on all of us and this country. Even those of us who are outside listening, they're calling you corrupt. That's what the report says. So they have to employ expats to look over daily going in and out. And one of the members read it. They want access to the DMV, they want access to the land registry, they want access, but they can have access to it right now with the police. So I don't understand what all of that is all about. If the police wants to investigate you because we passed a law in here, they call it seizure of assets, ill-gotten gains or something, they can go and investigate you. what all of this is all about. Want to form now five committees, and the corruption committee is again it's a problem because we just did the Integrity in Public Life Act, and the committee is formed and is functioning. So why do you want something else? This don't make any sense. It's crazy, Madam Speaker, and we're just wasting our money. And there, like most members in here will tell you, there are people out there that are hurting. Things are difficult. Things are hard. Things are hard, Madam Speaker. You know, people say they don't want to go to social development because they're asking them too many questions. I know a police officer, I hope there is only one, who needs real help. He needs real help. He was a police officer here for many, many years, retired. No, and they want to take all of our monies, the little bit of monies we have, because all of the money is committed, 400 million plus, is committed to all sorts of stuff. But it needs to have access to funding to help real people. There are people out there who need help and they need it quickly. And they want to form committees and commissions and all of these things are going to cost lots of money. And we cannot allow them to do it. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to make sure that I didn't. Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those few words, with those few words, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you, and I implore the government, the Premier and his government, let us not agree to these recommendations. They are only recommendations. They're not cast in stone. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Premier, before you wrap up, Honorable Ronnie Skelton, the matter that just arose with the leader of the opposition in relation to making reference to his parent, given that the member felt offended, I just wish for you to address that before we leave this evening. Well, while you may have thought of it as simply maybe a joke, he did not take it as such. Given that it's referenced to his parents, I just ask that you apologize to the member.
Madam Speaker, if I offended the leader of opposition, I apologize.
Thank you, Honorable. Premier, may I ask you to wrap up?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to the debate, and I really want to congratulate the members for really standing firm and thoroughly, Madam Speaker, going through the details of the report. Madam Speaker, Honorable Lorna Smith said we must not throw out the baby with the bathwater. And Madam Speaker, I agree with her. I think some other members made reference to it, Madam Speaker, that the report does have some practical suggestions that we can
used to improve law enforcement, Madam Speaker. I also take the point, of course, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, so we must be extremely careful in what we choose to implement and what we accept, Madam Speaker. But I believe the members of the House did a very good job of detailing the areas of concern. And Madam Speaker, let me say without a shadow of a doubt that these recommendations are just recommendations. And I, as leader of this administration, leader of the government, categorically reject a number of these recommendations. The chief among them, various law enforcement bodies which have been devolved to the local government sitting under the governor. And the other recommendations, various of them, speaking about closing down ports and hurting our economy and rejecting local applicants. Madam Speaker, we can't accept these things. We categorically reject them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the members spoke well on those matters, and I'm glad that generally in the House there's unity. But, Madam Speaker, I have to address 2 points that the leader of the opposition made that I found somewhat alarming, Madam Speaker. And I was hopeful, Madam Speaker, that in the debate that we were all together and unified. Because, Madam Speaker, in true Virgin Islands tradition, when the Virgin Islands is threatened by an external force, we all lock hands in unison. And for the most part, we did that here today. We lock hands and we unify together in the face of the threat. We may have differences among ourselves between the various political parties. We may have differences among ourselves as individuals. We may have different views on different issues. But when we face a national threat, we pull together. Madam Speaker, when my grandfather was Chief Minister for his first term from 71 to 75, the late great Lavity Stout was the leader of the opposition at that time. But the very next term, Madam Speaker, the second term when my grandfather became the Chief Minister, Lavity Stout was his Deputy Chief Minister. Lavity Stout went from being the leader of the opposition to the Deputy Chief Minister. Because these leaders who paved the way for us were mature enough to understand that they had to work together for the good of the territory. Our politics is not too similar to the politics that happens in other places in the Caribbean. Some persons other places in the Caribbean are alarmed when they see people changing parties and things like that, because it's almost as once you're part of a party, you fight to the death in these places. But you have Lavity Stout and Willard Whitley who are able to work together. Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister. We had the late great Ralph O'Neill who crossed the floor and joined Lavity Stout. Lavity Stout had a philosophy: one enemy is one too many. So in our House of Assembly, we have a tradition, matters of financial services, other matters, of coming together and working together. That's when I was somewhat alarmed when I heard this line of argument that we can't do anything about these recommendations because the Premier already accepted all of them. Essentially making a political point. The Premier put us in this mess, so there's nothing we could do. Let's blame the Premier. Let's blame the unity government. Madam Speaker, that leader of the opposition post is a serious post. It's a serious post. And who am I to tell the members of the opposition who should be in that post? But, Madam Speaker, I would hope that my colleagues on the other side of the House, every one of them, would recognize the responsibility that we have in this House. When faced with a national threat, to come together in unity and not play politics, as I think the member for the 8th said that. Shouldn't play politics with these type of matters. I have to give Honorable Ronnie Skelton credit, Madam Speaker, because when he was in the post, I had to say, Madam Speaker, while he might put some blows on me here and there, and he might correct me here and there, I never had a doubt in my mind that he always put country first. Never had a doubt in my mind. Because I recognize a true patriotism in him. It is the same patriotism I recognize in Honorable Julian Fraser, that Deputy Premier. And I believe it's so prominent in them because, as the Deputy Premier reminded me, they lived through it. They lived through it. Deputy Premier told me I read about it, but it's more than just reading about it. My parents, my grandparents, my uncles, my aunts, they tell you the stories. Just like Honorable Penn was saying, you sit at their feet, they tell you the stories, and you recognize the significance of the legacy which has been passed on to you. And, Madam Speaker, it is a legacy that I cherish. And it's a legacy that we have to defend. And that legacy has to be more important than politics. And we are faced with an extremely serious situation, Madam Speaker. These things are no small things. This is a direct threat to the people of the Virgin Islands. It's a direct threat to all that our foreparents and our ancestors built here in these Virgin Islands. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that we have to lock arms and we have to confront this threat as Virgin Islanders. Madam Speaker, I also was alarmed by this whole concept that those who don't have ancestral ties to the BVI because perhaps they don't believe they have been regarded well, that when the call comes for them to fight, they won't fight. Madam Speaker, that alarmed me. I mean, it sounded to me like the leader of the opposition was speaking on behalf of those who don't have ancestry in the Virgin Islands, saying that because of how they believe they've been treated or regarded, they won't fight with the rest of us when we make the call. Madam Speaker, I promote unity. I believe in unity. I believe in the Virgin Islands we must forge a common identity. I do have some Virgin Islanders who get upset with me because they believe that I should be waging a war against persons who don't have ancestral ties here. And I refuse to do that because I believe in the Virgin Islands we have to forge a common identity. That speaks to the future. But Madam Speaker, that is a process. It is a process. Madam Speaker, I go to naturalization ceremonies in my position as the Premier. And Madam Speaker, I speak to persons who are receiving their naturalization certificates. And one thing I say to them, Madam Speaker, is I say to them, don't use the terminology that you're getting your papers. Don't talk about getting your papers. Sometimes I hear a person say, I get my papers for the BVI. I tell them this is more than just getting papers. This is more than just the fact that you're not going to be paying work permit fees anymore. This is more than just the fact that you have an opportunity to be able to have access to land or you can get a passport. You are joining a family. You are joining a tradition. You may have come from a place before, but when you have been given this status, you now have another flag that you have to defend. You may have had a home before, but you have another home that you have to defend now. And you have to elevate this home to the same status, if not higher, than the home that you had before. You have to become patriots for the Virgin Islands. And when the Virgin Islands is under threat, you have to be ready to fight. Nobody has to make persuade you. By the time you have been granted that status, you have to be the first to jump up when the call is made. Madam Speaker, I work with the program from the naturalization ceremony. And Madam Speaker, it has the territorial song in it. And Madam Speaker, I know that these concepts that we speak about, persons who do not have ancestral ties, they can accept them because there are many persons who have. There are many persons who have. Two of the persons who do not have ancestral ties, but they understand the thing so well and they've accepted it so well, is Kareem Nelson Hall and Ayana Hall. And you can see it in the words of the territorial song. And my favorite verse, or the verse that I believe is most relevant to persons who've been granted status, is the second verse. You don't hear the second verse much. And I'll read the second verse, Madam Speaker, for the hearing of the public and for the members of the House. It says, "We shall protect your bountiful shores and uphold your dignity. We shall fight to preserve your culture, your splendor and integrity. And we shall never fail to understand how blessed we are to possess this land. So we shall unite, standing proud and tall. Let none divide us, lest we fall." Madam Speaker, I want to send a message to all people in this territory, whether you have ancestral ties or not, Madam Speaker. When the territory is threatened, we all have to fight together. We all have to fight together. We have to rally our people to ensure when the livelihoods of our people are threatened, as they are with these recommendations, when their opportunities are being threatened, the potential to achieve all that we seek to achieve, to reach our full potential, is threatened. We have to pull together, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the COI, I believe history will remember the work of the unity government and this administration kindly. Madam Speaker, we were faced with the threat of suspension of our Constitution, and we didn't just accept recommendations of the report. We came up with a framework document, and the government articulated its position. We put ourselves in the position, Madam Speaker, where we were able to choose reviewers. We chose people like Anthea Smith and Jamal Smith and Denniston Fraser and Kedrick Malone, and these are our people. Our people did reviews. Quite a lot of the recommendations in the COI report called for reviews. It didn't call for us to take specific actions beyond that. Most of them asked us to do reviews, to do investigations, Madam Speaker. So those reviews came forward, and those reviews had recommendations in them. And Madam Speaker, in the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands, we went through a process where we decided which recommendations we accepted and which recommendations we rejected. We went through that process with every single review. There were many reviews that came forward, Madam Speaker, with recommendations that we did not agree with. Madam Speaker, even within the framework document, originally we were saying that this is based on Denniston Fraser's report, that we would have an integrity commission that would cover members of the House of Assembly and the executive. We as a House looked at that and said, no, we want to separate the legislative and the executive. The Deputy Premier was very strong on that. Other members supported that very strongly. And we made a change, Madam Speaker. we wouldn't have had the opportunity to make those changes if that order in council was invoked, if the governor took control, all legislative and executive authority, and was advised by a council, and he had the ability to choose the reviewers, to implement the recommendations, to make the laws. This is what the order in council would have given him the authority to do. Madam Speaker, we were successful because we brought the legislation to this House and every member had the opportunity to contribute to the final product. And quite a lot of that legislation left this House much different than it came. Madam Speaker. It left much different. So different that we were surprised when the governor assented to them. But the governor didn't have a choice because the Constitution has very strict rules as it pertains to not assenting to bills. So though he may have preferred for it to be different, he assented to the legislation. And we were able to implement reform under a democratic framework. Now, Madam Speaker, we must do the same with this law enforcement review. We must systematically go through these recommendations, and we must formally decide which ones we will accept and which ones we categorically reject. Madam Speaker, based on the type of unity that has been displayed in the House, I believe it would be appropriate for a letter to be drafted, signed by all members of the House, Madam Speaker, addressed to the governor and copied to the Minister of Overseas Territories and copied to the Foreign Secretary. And make it very clear that we reject the implementation of a number of these recommendations. Madam Speaker, we must not take the attitude that there's nothing that we can do. As long as we have life, as long as we have breath, we must ensure that we continue along the journey of self-determination. This is the legacy of our ancestors that has been bequeathed to us, and we have a responsibility to continue the journey. We can't let the journey die with our generation. Madam Speaker, as I said before, I don't have a prejudice bone in my body. I don't have anything personal against the governor. I don't have anything personal against these UK police commissioners. None of it is personal. But Madam Speaker, we all, when we sit in the House of Assembly here, we have a responsibility to our people. We have a responsibility to our people. And we have a responsibility to all those who came before us. And we have to do what we have to do to preserve that legacy. In fact, when you look at the third verse of the territorial song, it says, "May God richly bless this territory. May we ask three things of thee. Courage for our great leaders that they may rule our destiny. We ask for wisdom for our people, that we may live in harmony. And this is the real important point I'm trying to make. Understanding for our children, so they may cherish this legacy. So we must ensure that our children understand the legacy which we have to defend and to cherish it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe we've said enough. And now it's time to act, Madam Speaker. I certainly hope that the Governor, the Minister of Overseas Territories, the Foreign Secretary, the United Kingdom government, I very much hope that they're amenable to what we have said. Because, of course, we have a constitution. It's been suggested in the report that the governor can just simply redefine what internal security means. But we still have laws. We have the customs legislation. We have immigration legislation. We have FIA legislation. And the legislation empowers the minister. So I don't see how this thing can be done without the participation of the members of the House. That's unless you want to use your order in council, which it would be a real shame, Madam Speaker, if that was even a thought in the mind of somebody. If that was even a thought in the mind of somebody, it would be a real shame. So, Madam Speaker, we will not go along to get along. We will not accommodate, we will not facilitate. I believe we've made ourselves very clear today. So we hope that the United Kingdom government is amenable, so that we can go ahead, just like we did with the COI report. We can implement the reform necessary to improve our law enforcement systems and bodies. And we can continue to evolve and grow as a people. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. At this time, we will take the recess. Am I correct, Premier? And return on Thursday, the 17th of April, 2025 at 10 a.m. House is in recess.